If we go to the next slide there. Just lost it again. You want me to speak without the PowerPoint? I can get, okay. Okay, thank you. So just a quick overview. I got 5 slides just to go over kind of what the land use code is. Summary of the changes that have occurred from the 2021 land use code to where it is today. The work session that the board had yesterday, just a quick summary of that. Recognizing that there have been identified some future considerations, some items that are not in this update, and then the options for where the board can go with this action. Next slide. So again, the overview, what is included in the land use code. We have created zoning and zoning maps throughout the county. The subdivision regulations were incorporated. What had been formerly the specific development regulations were pulled into the land use code. And then it establishes minimum standards for development, as well as different processes. There's an administrative level, there's the Planning Commission, Board of County Commissioners, as well as there's a new Board of Adjustments to hear variances and appeals. As well as there's an enforcement section of how the code is enforced. What the land use code is not, it is not building codes. It has not included building codes. There is state statute relative to electrical and plumbing codes, but that is not included in this land use code. Next slide. So the land use code was first adopted in January 2021. The changes that have gone on over the past year plus, changing the format, adding a couple zoning designations. There's a development application ordinance that has been incorporated into the land use code. There's been some changes to the subdivision regulations in response to conversations with the surveyors about terminology and process, as well as some aspects that had not been brought forward in the previous subdivision regulations. There's been conversation about variation of lot size, including neighborhood meetings. As I mentioned, enforcement, one of the big changes from when 2021 was adopted to today is that statute changed to make more civil infractions rather than criminal prosecution for violations of this type. Also, there was some adjustments to how cisterns are addressed, specifically relative to hauled water, and then discussions about various uses, including telecommunication that was not included in 2021, and renewable energy standards that had come up through the year with a project that came forward. Next slide. And so, as I mentioned, your board, you had a work session yesterday. That was in part to look at, there's been a number of comments, conversations at the Planning Commission level, your board, from the public. And so the board was looking at potential changes to the current certified copy of the land use code beyond what has already been addressed, trying to respond to some of the comments that have come forward. Those have to do, again, well, the board, you requested the Planning Commission report specifically on the variation of lot size and recycling, waste management, but then also addressing their changing from allowed to permitted uses and how that works under the developed application ordinance, making it more of an allowed with review, site plan review. Home businesses, cottage industry has been looking at condensing that, making it more streamlined. And then a number of other changes, as I mentioned, in response to a lot of the comments about how people are interpreting and trying to make it clear so it's being read in the same way, or the way, I should say, the way the board wants it to be read since you set the policy. Next slide. As I mentioned, there's some future considerations that have been put forth. The zoning maps, when the zoning was first put into place, it's been identified that there are some areas that maybe we could look at to change the zoning, as well as looking at where the new zoning designations could apply. Stewardship areas with a clustered subdivision, making that more user-friendly. Legacy lots for larger lots to be able to split off a piece, and then impact fees, and making sure that we're in alignment with what is allowed for that. Next slide. So the board options, the Planning Commission certified copy of the land use code November 16th. That's one option for the board to adopt that certified copy. Another option is the board had asked for changes to that certified copy relative to lot size variances and recycling materials. The Planning Commission reported back on February 8th. So you could approve that version, the February 8th version, with the Planning Commission's edits. Third would be, as I mentioned with the work session, there's been some additional changes that are to be considered. If the board wants to make additional changes, then it is referred back to the Planning Commission, again, to report to your board on that, to either accept, reject, or suggest modifications prior to taking final action. And then the last option here is if you wanted to reject the certified copy, we'd go back to the 2021 land use code in it as that was adopted. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions at this time.
Questions, commissioners?
I have none, no.
No question. Okay. At this point, we're going to open up public comment period. Again, Robbie LaValle is going to read out names. Please come on the front. There's going to be a microphone on left and right. We'll try to make this as efficient as possible. And again, please, you understand you got 3 minutes with the shot clock up here. Be concise. Tell us what chapter and verse in here needs to be changed, or where we got it wrong. So, and again, I'm going to appreciate people not holding up signs that is disruptive to your neighbors. Thank you. Robbie?
Okay, so the first 6 names that I'm going to call are Christine Minnie, Eli Walcott, Darlene Green, Adam Pittman, Ayanna White, and Michelle Jeffers. If you'd make your way to the front, please, to the seats.
Ready?
Yep, go ahead.
Christine Manny, I'm from Eckert. My statement is brief. It is the duty of the governed to be watchful over their elected governing body, corrective when warranted, adamant when imminently necessary, and of course, supportive when in agreement. It is the duty of the elect to serve their people by upholding their oaths to support both state and federal constitutions. This includes standing between governmental violations that constrain and limit the liberties protected by said documents. We have an obligation to work cooperatively in order to reach compromise in matters related to legislative control over the God-given natural rights of the body of people. We now find ourselves at an impasse. The residents of this county are aware, and the number is growing, of the detrimental effects the present LUC is having on residents, and do not foresee a means of rectifying the problems through the updates as they stand. Rather, residents are reading that the means of rectification will increase penalties and cause hardship, as opposed to establishing viable solutions. And because of that, the alarm was raised. The people of Delta County are not fools, and they see what is happening in the state and understand there is an underlying agenda in the works that could in time utilize land codes to take property and force residents to be subjected to any variety of development against their will. Creating further constraints upon the people's right to property opens a door to more egregious governmental overreach, and this is unacceptable. Residents are now standing in the gap in order to appeal to their commissioners to not lose sight of the fact that the LUC and proposed updates could do far more damage than good to this county. The residents who you represent believe Delta County to be a bastion of freedom, one of the last in the state, and we implore you, Do not take that away from us by way of the LUC and its updates. You can see the people are here to work with you to create something that can preserve the freedoms so many are seeking. We pray you hear us and choose to stand with your people as opposed to implementing government restrictions that will effectively place shackles upon the people you are supposed to protect. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to ask that you guys not clap and cheer. What you have done is intimidated your neighbors who may not always agree. So
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Eli Wolcott. I was born and raised on a farm outside of Paonia, Colorado. I've spent the last 5 years working extensively on land use issues in Delta County. I'm here as part of the Delta County Coalition, a nonpartisan organization established by residents of Delta County concerned about the county land use code, land use freedoms, and protecting the rural quality of life and agriculture in Delta County. We invite you to learn more about our organization and see details of our posted work at deltacountycoalition.org. We thank you, commissioners, and urge you in the strongest terms to follow through on your public announcement on February 7th to vote no on the proposed Planning Commission's land use code revisions under consideration at tonight's hearing, and to table any land use code review by the Planning Commission until the issues and concerns raised across the county can first be addressed. Please take the time to get this right and develop a code that really works for Delta County and the farmers, ranchers, business owners, and residents that live here. The draft code in its current form would be detrimental and threaten the livelihoods and way of life for large numbers of county residents. I would also like to thank all three commissioners here tonight, and especially Commissioner Supis, for your efforts to protect property rights, support county farmers and ranchers, and work to prevent harmful overregulation in Delta County. We have submitted detailed constructive comments with specific issues, page citations, and full details in writing via email, and I have printed copies here for you tonight. Here's a brief overview of the comments on the Planning Commission's document, which we'll read over with a few of our members joining us. Page 33 changes allowed by right to require zoning permits for almost 50 types of land uses. This is perhaps the most controversial change in the proposed revision and would impact many landowners' rights that were protected as exempt from regulation for 2 decades under the specific development regulations, and were promised to be enshrined as allowed by right under the 2021 Land Use Code and on the existing county website. This is not just semantic, as the change imposes 3+ chapters of standards, fines, and other issues on these issues, and challenges the basic culture of freedom in Delta County versus asking government permission for basic activities. On table 2B, it would require permits and restrictions for small businesses, including light industry without retail, where they are currently allowed by right. Page 23 removes exemptions from approval language for the remaining allowed by right uses, mostly agriculture, even after the almost 50 uses above are changed to zoning permits. This is an affront to the enshrined allowed by right category as a whole. Page 91 would require that all new homes be connected to municipal water or small water company water taps, even if they already have a permitted well, spring, or other water rights. These are just a few of the items that we've submitted. We thank you again for your time and attention to addressing these critical issues and for protecting our Delta County communities by voting no on the passage of the February 8th draft of the Land Use Code, and really taking the time to develop land use codes that are right for Delta County and its residents.
Hello, my name is Darlene Green and I live in Hotchkiss. I'm part of the Delta County Coalition, which is a civic partnership association. And I'm going to continue with the issues with this current draft that Eli left off at. On page 42, the cottage industry and home businesses, it contains many arbitrary additional restrictions on cottage industry and home businesses instead of a simple outcome-based or perform-based standards. On page 39, under RV restrictions, it imposes unnecessary new restrictions on RV category dwellings, including reducing the amount of time someone can live in an RV without full utilities, which includes tiny homes, yurts, in some cases, mobile homes. This would likely have a negative impact on affordable housing. On page 34 and 144 of the building codes and state codes, it would have the county duplicate state electrical and plumbing permits and unnecessary double red tape and fees. On page 144, it includes a mention of possible future building codes. On page 117, no additional development if grandfathered hauled water, and that would prevent properties with grandfathered hauled water rights from further development or additional homes without obtaining a municipal water tap for the original house. Page 18 permits voided water later for county permits voided later for county mistakes. The current language could result in an approved permit later being voided because of mistakes on the part of the county and either forced removal of a previously permitted home or permitted use, or expensive lawsuits for landowner and taxpayers. Page 198, active compliance would change the county's longstanding signed complaint-based compliance system to one of active compliance, which would allow for county officials, employees, and compliance officers to proactively drive around the county to investigate and pursue violations without a complaint being filed, or for the compliance officer to write up his own complaints, which is just proactive compliance under a different name. This particular last one could be very problematic throughout this county. We would like to thank you again for your time and attention to addressing these critical issues and for protecting our Delta County communities by voting no on the passage of the February 8th draft of the land use code and really taking the time to develop land use that is right for Delta County and its residents. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Lloyd Liebtran and Marilyn Liebtran, as well as Robert Baxley. If you'd come down to the front and populate the 3 chairs to the left, please.
My name's Adam Pittman from Paonia, and I'm just going to pick up on the sheet where we left off here. Page 195 finds the proposed revision lacks provisions to ensure proper due process, warnings, appeals, or oversight. Office procedures outline some of these items, but would change at any moment and need to be codified and require public hearing prior to change. Page 196, county immunity, adds a non-liability clause that claims immunity for Delta County, its employees and officials from being responsible or liable. Many issues around government liability are already covered by the state Colorado Government and Immunity Act. And we feel in this addition unnecessarily removes the need for professional responsibility. Further, qualified immunity was specifically repealed in the state of Colorado on June 21st, 2020 by Senate Bill SB 217 that was created to prevent abuses by government and protect citizens' rights guaranteed by the Colorado Constitution's Bill of Rights. Page 39, special events greatly reduced. Reduces the allowed number of days for special events from 75 days per year to 3 total events. Right? The max duration of an event from 30 days to 7, and reduces the number of attendees from 500 to 150. This would greatly impact the public's right to gather and adversely affect tourism and important economic income to the county. There does not seem to be any documented complaints or rationale for this proposed change. Page 47 through 51, additional dwellings. Permits would require zoning permits for all additional dwelling, additional residences or communal living. Contains language which would restrict land uses based on as yet undefined density restrictions. Fire hydrant requirements in rural areas would require fire hydrants for additional dwellings without any exceptions, or provide for rural areas or water companies without adequate capacity for fire hydrants, effectively banning additional dwellings in these cases. Additional dwelling compliance introduces confusing limits and extra regulations on additional dwellings. Farm worker housing water requirements would require municipal water taps only for farm dweller housing, farm worker housing, disqualifying well, spring, or other water rights. I just ask that you please honor the 2021 code as Carl suggested in his last opportunity. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ayana White. I live here in Delta and I'm continuing the comments from the Delta County Coalition. ADU limits would limit accessory dwelling units to 1 per lot, no matter the size or use of the lot, and restricts from to 1,000 square feet. Hurts availability of affordable housing here in Delta County when we need it most. Residential uses introduces additional limits to residential changes such as duplexing of a basement or other changes currently allowed by right. Traffic studies potentially requires a costly traffic study if building a new house and exactly which standards are applicable is unclear. Variances greatly restricts variances to the point that exceedingly few people would qualify for one, even though the zoning maps are so erroneous that it led to more than 50 residents applying for variances in 2022. Page 65, cell towers allows many wireless cell tower activities, including 5G, with fairly lax rules. We recommend including more community participation in such decisions and requiring public hearings for all new wireless towers. Page 25, appeals due process. We recommend adding a provision that no members of the Board of Adjustment may be members of the Planning Commission at the same time to assure checks and balances and due process. Chapter 9, 4B and 5B, appeals for landowners. Limits appeals to a 10 or 15-day deadline from 30 days, which would negatively impact due process for landowners when dealing with compliance issues or applications for new projects on their land. Page 30, lien and foreclosure, gives the Director of Planning and Community Development the ability to place a lien on property, perfect lien, and foreclose. Page 138, high impact use notice, reduces the requirements for issuing notices to residents near high impact industrial commercial projects and land variances. We recommend residences within a minimum of 1,000 feet of high impact projects, such as those with extensive dust, noise, light, hazardous materials, etc., to be notified to allow for feedback from the community. This was the practice in place between 2001 and 2021 in the county and removed with the 2021 code. Chapter 13, enforcements and remedies. Criminal prosecution for civil infractions for individual private property owners. Retroactive fines that could span back for years applied each day as a separate fine or offense, and liens and foreclosures if fines are not paid. I thank you for hearing our comments, and I urge you to reject the PC certified copy. Thank you.
I'd like to call Aiden Lehigh, Marta Sanchez, and James McCain here to the right.
My name is Michelle Jeffers, and I am part of the Delta County Coalition, and I will continue on. Page 197, manufactured housing violations and remedies would make homeowners liable for fees and penalties as the result of negligence on the part of a professional mover. Requires a new moving permit to move an RV style tiny house on wheels. Page 47, manufactured housing requirements. Duplicates state rules and regulations concerning mobile homes and inspections. This is burdensome and duplicates the extensive 80-page already mandated in the state inspection process. Page 83, street plan review would require county review for 35+ acre subdivisions, which have been allowed by right and exempt under state law. Page 171, cluster development allows farmers to develop their land and also protect irrigated ground, but newly proposed severe restrictions to 1 acre building envelope contradict state law and would mean most farmers wouldn't be able to use this approach and would be prevented or severely limit options for developing their land on retirement or in case of a hardship. Page 173, grandfathering severely limited. Could result in grandfathered non-conforming use of property being removed if discontinued for 12 months, even if as the result of an emergency circumstances. Leave your house for 12 months due to illness, family emergency, sabbatical, or other hardship. You could be forced to take your grandfathered house down if it doesn't meet the latest setback or other new requirements. The existing separate junk and rubbish ordinance already adequately address all the needs for cleanup and trash in Delta County. And the LUC revision is not needed for and does not need to address this issue. We thank you again for your time and attention to addressing these critical issues and for protecting our Delta County communities by voting no on the passage of the February 8th draft of the Land Use Code and really taking the time to develop land use that is right for Delta County and its residents.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you please silence your phones so they're not disrupting the speakers?
Hang on. Let's check the mic.
How about now? Too close. All right. My name is Lloyd Liebetrau. I reside at, on U Trail in Cedar Ridge, Colorado. And I'm here because of the changes that have occurred for the proposed LUC plan and the provisions of the 2021 plan. I've listened to a lot of the responses that I just heard, so I'm going to cut this down to the basic facts that I think are important. I do agree with what's been presented, and I think those are important issues that people should focus on. The 2021 updates, when I look back at this and I read all the stuff about it, the 2021 update was done during a pandemic, a time when the public was discouraged not even to gather, let alone attend public meetings or give input. This plan was passed as people were trying to get back to normal life. They ran into or heard about rules and regulations that weren't there before. While the planning department is encouraged to identify needed changes and make suggestions, it looks like they made major changes without cause. That's my biggest frustration. Where is the cause? And because of what I said just earlier, where's the public input? The commissioners are supposed to be the buffer zone between these suggestions and policies. It seems like the planning director has taken the lead in imposing these changes, mostly from right to allowed to by permit, that need authorizations, fees, and times. While I'm sure there's a few updates needed, the majority of this is a boilerplate LUC plan without proper public input and is not the answer. I clearly see this as a government overreach. I'm asking the commissioners to reject this latest proposed plan along with the 2021 plan for the obvious reasons, and also restrict the planning commission from making changes without cause. While reasonable planning is needed, government overreach should not be accepted. Please reject this latest LUC update and the 21 plan and start a proposal based on cause and public input. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marilyn Liebetrau. I reside on Ute Trail in Cedar Edge. I'd like to start and end my time with the same message. Please stop work on this LUC plan. Please repeal the 21 LUC plan and let the people vote on it and participate in a new LUC plan that is specific to Delta County. Please listen to we the people that we want this LUC stopped. I'm retired. I do have the time, but I don't have the desire to become an attorney to understand all the current LUC plans. And I thank the group over there that went through it detailed very well. The US Constitution is 4 pages. The Bill of Rights is 800 pages, and this plan is 229 pages. It's telling us telling us in legalese what we can and cannot do with our own property. One of you had told me that you do not agree with the additional 59 pages and would not vote on it. But I ask all of you, why did you vote for the initial 21 LUC? That is pretty much a paste and cut from an LUC back in California. We are not California. And we are not the Front Range of Colorado. We should not be redoing this unless there is a need. And what is the need? We don't need a boilerplate plan without actual cause. Many people here have grown up in Delta County and they aren't happy with the proposed changes. Many people have moved here from the Front Range wanting to get away from all the rules and regulations, required permits, fees thrust upon them to even build a fence. I'm not saying we don't need rules and regs, but when they start to strangle the citizens' right, that can be a problem. I've heard some people say, what's the big deal? These changes aren't that big of a deal. No, it is a big deal. And if we don't fight against these now, what's to say that in the next year or the year after, more changes will be made so that in 4 to 5 years, we're like Boulder, Denver, or Jefferson County. Now is the time to stop it. And so I end my allocated time with the same comments. Please stop work on this LUC. Please repeal the 21 LUC and let the people vote on and participate in a new LUC that is specific to Delta County. Thank you.
My name is Robert Baxley. One thing is abundantly clear. The Delta County Land Use Code and its current tyrannical enforcement are counter to the interests of the people of this county. Whether by less restrictive code or minimal code enforcement, the people of Delta County have long enjoyed freedoms largely surrendered by other communities. Preservation of these freedoms is far more important than any efficiency gained through the current iteration of the LUC. More troubling than the particulars of the code is the apparent disconnect between the desires of our neighbors and you, our public servants. Any form of government derives its just powers from the consent of the governed, and you clearly do not have that. As such, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish this form of government. If this repugnant code is allowed to stand, it will be the death of the sort of innovative land use that is the source of everything good and novel in Delta County. Only the wealthy will be able to bear the cost of compliance, and we will mutate into just another mountain community where working people cannot afford housing and part-time residents neglect land and produce nothing. Beyond the issues present in the letter of the law of the LUC, we have a far more serious problem in the culture and character of code enforcement. The growing rage evident in our community is in part due to the evisceration of our historic freedoms, but more broadly due to the shift from a laissez-faire enforcement posture to a sudden coercive and tyrannical application of the code. Whatever good intentions inspired the creation of the code have almost instantaneously been perverted into a reality where code enforcers comb our social media posts like the East German Stasi for evidence of violation, and actively stoke feuds between neighbors. Dissent has been chilled for fear of bureaucratic retaliation. My neighbors have expressed concern for their livelihood should they publicly voice opposition to the will of the planning department. How are we to continue the American experiment of self-governance in the face of such totalitarianism? Surely this cannot be what you intended when you adopted the 21 LUC. I urge you to repeal the 21 Land Use Code and vacate all paid positions within the planning department. Let's begin work on community-driven code creation that secures historically enjoyed land use liberties for the residents of Delta County in plain original language. Such code must preserve all action that does not infringe on others by right without permit. And enforcement must be driven solely by non-anonymous complaint and allow for arbitration before any form of coercion is employed.
I'd like to call Nico Wolf, Carl Schwinn, and Travis Kelly.
Seems to be very copy and pasted. Oh, sorry. Aiden Levy from Crawford. And I don't know, I just want to say this is a very special community, and there's not a lot of places like it, and not a lot of places left like it. And we have a very unique opportunity because of the leniency that allows for adaptation to what is happening in the modern world. And we have the chance to actually engage with that instead of copying and pasting laws from other places. We can engage with the unique community that we have here and develop in a way that really honors the people that are here and why a lot of people live here. So yeah, I guess I would lean towards, looking at it in an optimistic way, that we have a really powerful, innovative community. Engage with it. So again, stop the update, repeal the 2021, and put it to a vote next time.
I personally thank you to each of you commissioners for opening this hearing and be willing to listen to your voters and residents. I'm sorry, my name is Marta Sanchez. I'm from Peonia.
Thank you.
And so thank you for being willing to listen to your voters and residents of Delta County and act accordingly. My personal and local community's realization about this proposed code is that it puts our culture and the way of life that we want at complete risk. The whole thing started absolutely in the wrong way when the 2021 look was approved in the middle of the cold pandemic with no Zoom access to the public, was so poorly informed to the people that for the vast majority of us, we didn't even know what was going on. Here are some questions and perceptions that this process has raised in me, in my local community, and in the concerned citizens here right now. Why is the Planning Commission pushing so hard to approve this nonsense without listening to hundreds of letters and direct feedback from Delta residents? Why does Mr. Holm want to bring the hell of California regulations into the life of Delta County? Why is the BC constantly breaking their own bylaws to keep this going? What are really the motivations? Why Mr. Holm wants to impose his code imported from somewhere else into a community that does not resonate with it at all? Looks like Mr. Holm is running the whole show with the support of the majority of the Planning Commission. Every one of them should serve and protect us and our land. We, the people of this place, do not feel really represented for Mr. Holm and the PC. They do not speak our language. They are not in our shoes. They are not listening to us. Something very wrong is happening here. He has put in place something extremely intricate and incomprehensible based on interpretation. Nobody can understand it. Why did he make it so that way? His development is dangerous for our community and puts our lives in risk. Let's be clear, we want regulation, a clear, plain English, common sense guideline for land uses that must come from the people of Delta. I request that the update of the 2021 land use code be stopped now, that the 2021 land use code be repealed, and that a clear written guidelines be put to a public vote. May we work together for the benefit of whole Delta County. Thank you.
I'm James McCain from Hotchkiss. It is clear that you rushed these land use codes into effect during the height of a pandemic. The current codes are unworkable and in direct violation of our master plan. And worse yet, they do not address the fundamental problems the people of Delta County wish to solve. We know what you did was rushed and hurried. And even though you may have followed the letter of the law, you did not follow the spirit of the law. I feel slighted. I feel you've harmed me. And I feel you are attempting to change private property rights into one of permissioned uses. This code changes our social contract with the county. It allows you ultimate rule and say over what we can and cannot do on our property. If you're going to try to change the very fabric of the agreements, you should at minimum follow the same process you did when you enacted the master plan. A master plan is the master in both statute and meaning. The land use code or zoning plan is subordinate to the master plan, not the other way around. The land use code should follow the principles of the master plan as stated by the state statutes. Your codes completely and utterly fail to do so. We demand these codes inspire the county to solve their own problems and empower neighborhoods by returning to area planning groups. A system, even though slow, historically solved 90% of the problems before they ever went to the county. We demand that our codes address our fundamental problems, which are mostly based on watersheds, water resources, and protecting the rights of people to make a living on their land. The Planning Commission is supposed to be a fair and balanced representation of the hardworking people of the county. We have put our trust in this process, and this trust has been breached. We can no longer consent to allowing a minority representation to make our rules. We wish to rescind this agreement and create a master plan and a new code book. The Planning Commission failed to follow their own bylaws on February 8th. 11 simple pages of plain language. How can we expect this commission of untrained volunteers, a quasi judicial body, to make legal determinations on a 200+ page document if they can't even follow their own rules? Worse yet, we now have a director that does not have the perspective to solve these problems. He cannot understand the county he's supposed to be working for and will never be able to walk back these codes to something that people can rally behind. The codes that are simple, fair, and defensible. Therefore, the people of Delta County ask you to repeal this hodgepodge of outsourced codes from 2021 and allow the community to write their own laws. We ask that you follow state constitution in Article 5, Section 1, which allows the people to write their own laws. And this is the last time that a lot of us are going to waste our time asking for permission. The next step was we're going to use our own codes in state statute 3011-103.5 that allows us to write our own laws. And that may be a citizen's initiative to repeal these codes, or it may be a recall petition. So our demands are. Our demands are simple: stop, repeal, and vote.
I'm going to ask Patty Myers, Christine Hawkinson, David Justice to the front here to the right. Patty Myers, Christine Hawkinson, David Justice.
My name is Carl Schwinn. I'm with KS Construction, 13374 B Road here in Delta. I'd like to present my bona fides so that you know where my background comes from. I have lived in 13 countries. These are this is just one of my passports. I have lived in 13 countries, worked in 44. I have worked in 37 states, had addresses in 17, had 7 addresses alone in the state of Colorado. I think you will find, as you said earlier, that all of the hullabaloo can be intimidating, and yes, it can. But I'm here to prove my point the way my belief is. In bona fides A, most of you are well aware of Delta, a Crossroads Assisted Living on 3rd Street here in Delta. I built the bulk of that over a 20-year time period. B, as you know, overseas, water wells, infrastructure, philanthropy, construction. And my point is, I have seen what unrestrained growth will happen, not just overseas, but in many counties, backwoods counties, I would call it, here in the States. People say, well, oh, your city's slicker. And when I first bought, as a direct result of building Crossroads, my wife and I decided to retire here because the culture, it's the kind of culture that all of us want. I agree with that. And people say, well, those that do know me, they know that we had lived in Phoenix, Arizona for 20 some odd years old. I was rarely there because I was traveling all over the world, all over the US. It's kind of hard, yeah. But unrestrained growth, and to give you a point, when we'd spent a year in Africa and 2 years in Central America straight. And we finally decided to settle in Phoenix due to our kids' education. And shortly after that, I built 2 houses out in what is now known as Rio Verde, which has made national news just over the last few weeks for water getting shut off out there. When I built the first 2 houses, one was for a family member. There was probably a half a dozen houses within a half mile of it. Landowners were going out there and somebody come out and say, oh, I want that knoll to build my house on. Okay, we'll cut off 10 acres. No restrictions, no planning. I went out there, had not been out there in 20 years. At Christmas time, I went out to visit a friend. Google Maps couldn't even get you out to the place because there's no GIS, no planning, no water. And they got shut off January 1 because they all had cisterns. There is no good water there, which is a big issue here. And they got no water. There's no fire hydrants, roads, and here's $1 million homes. We need LOC here.
My name is Nico Wolf. I live in Crawford. 1993, Delta County saw a true grassroots effort to develop a master plan based on the watersheds, based on the land itself. And this is where we feel we need to be now. This is where planning needs to start. We want a plan that comes from the people, for the people, from the land, and for the land. That 14-page master plan says the right to own and use private property should not be adversely affected by unreasonably complex land use regulations. It also says that the county commissioners supported the citizen effort because they believe that any new planning initiative should come from the people of Delta County. Yet the land use code adopted 2 years ago came from out of town via standardized code template and did not incorporate many of the concerns presented by members of the public who participated in that process. Former Commissioner Rober stated in that January 5th, 2021 meeting that Delta County had to adopt land use codes in order to be taken seriously by other entities, which indicates that this code was not made for the people of Delta County, but for other entities. And this living document grew 57 pages in 2 years, much for the worse, and more regulation will not fix the problems. As a wise woman once said, when we make too many laws, we all become criminals. And it is this truly a living document, because that means it can also die. We do not want boilerplate standardized code. We do not want to spend our time trying to check this overreaching bureaucracy on an annual basis. We demand a code that we can live with and that can stand on its own for a decade or more with nothing more than very minor changes. We would like to return to the idea of area planning committees based on the watersheds and move away from this current centralized planning bureaucracy. The 2018 master plan recommended to retain the planning areas of Delta, Surface Creek, LaRue Creek, Upper North Fork, and Crawford as developed in that 1997 master plan. Let us create a code that lives up to that recommendation. Let us create a code that both stands on and honors the 1997 master plan, as well as integrates new input that was gathered in the 2018 master plan process. The code we propose will mirror the intention of that 1997 master plan, grow from the land and for the land, from the people and for the people. It will be guided by the water. It will focus on respect and responsibility. It will focus on the importance of community and seek reasonable means of compromise when necessary. It will encourage people to be stewards of the land beneath their feet. It will encourage them to be conscious and respectful of water flowing through this land. This code will be developed based on the input of the people it will impact and those it will serve. Maybe you hear too much, but freedom is the reason we're all here. And Delta County is one of the last bastions of real freedom in this country. If we bend to standardized land use codes now, we open the door to more and more regulation that will do nothing but continue to diminish our cherished freedom. So please, let's do this right. Thank you.
My name's Travis Kelly. Live out on Sundown Drive. My parents and I moved here in 2008 from the Front Range. One of the most beautiful parts about coming to Delta was that we were able to, under our own volition and by ourselves, build a very beautiful house a home for us and hopefully a couple of generations at least. If we continue down this path of burdensome regulations, you're just going to end up with fewer and fewer people participating in the economy because they don't want to go through the time and burden of getting a permit and getting zoned properly so that I can change out the clutch for my friend for a couple $100. This is something I couldn't do on the Front Range. I wasn't zoned to change out a clutch for my friend. Therefore, he suffered because he couldn't afford to get one fixed in a shop, and I suffered because I couldn't have made some spare cash. This isn't something that I'm just saying. I actually had a neighbor call the zoning police on me for changing a clutch in my garage. This is the sort of thing that you are walking towards apparently in a sleepwalk, because it's just going to continue to get worse. And when I look at what our country is becoming, the big cities with lots of zoning codes and enforcement are far worse off than the places that embrace freedom and personal property rights. I think that you should table this current motion and get rid of the 2011 for sure. And hopefully people will continue to enjoy personal property rights and the freedom that comes with that.
Dale Johnson, Sonny Morehouse, and Lori Mitchell, please.
My name is Patty Myers and I live in Cedar Edge, Colorado. I, like many people in this room and many people in this county, have no desire to be involved in government. That's not what I want to spend my time doing. I plan on having the people who are responsible doing that for the people of the county. However, like a bunch of people in this room and in this county, I've had to start reading land use codes to understand what's happening and how it impacts me, my neighbors, and my friends. The land use code, in reading it, is ambiguous. My understanding is not the Planning Commission and not the three of you commissioners are able to agree upon what it means. It is so contradictory and convoluted. It's very difficult for anybody to follow. So then we plan to allow one person or his designee to then have their interpretation thrust upon all of us. And that does not seem to be okay. A lot of people have already brought up a lot of my concerns, so I will keep mine brief to one that hasn't been brought up. On page 24 of your red line version, under Master Plan F, funding sources, the Planning Commission is specifically empowered to receive and expend all grants, gifts, bequests, etc. My concern about this is nowhere in government where I've ever worked are you allowed to accept gifts. Why? Why are we not allowed to accept gifts? We're not allowed to accept gifts because gifts breed corruption. Throughout this land use code, there are so many places where corruption is built into the code about who gets to decide who does a review, about who gets to decide how many meetings a person has, about how many fees that person will then have to pay. These are things that we do not need, nor do we want in Delta County. Thank you for my time.
I'm David Justice, and I'm representing the Lamborn Foundation from the North Fork Valley. My biggest concern is the speed at which the county wants to implement a new land use code. The ink was barely dry on the last one. It was implemented on April 1st, 2021. It hasn't even been 2 years and we're already talking about, and let's not play games. This is a new land use code. This is not an amendment. I spent $25 on the red line edition and I couldn't follow along yesterday in the work session because changes had already been made from the certified copy that was sent up from the Planning Commission. So what I'm seeing here is a moving target. About the time I'm getting familiar with something, a new change is offered. You know, it was distinguished earlier that this is not about a building code, but what this is about is incrementalism. And it seems to be moving real fast right now. The precedent that you're about to set, should you adopt this, is every year and a half or so, you can adopt a new land use code. And so now the laws are changing more than incrementally, they're changing rapidly. I'm troubled by section 2 in the code, particularly that distinguishes the uses, the different categories of uses. A, for example, means allowed. Well, allowed by who? By God, because that's where our rights come from. But as I read this code, I'm seeing a conversion of the natural inalienable rights bestowed upon us by our Creator. Inherent in the property right is the use of our property. The county is already over the course of decades, through property taxes and et cetera, has already imposed restrictions on the property. And now through the land use codes, the use is being taken away and converted and given back to us as a allowed right or a privileged right, contingent upon, and I quote, so long as, where is it here? Is allowed by right, as long as they comply with applicable standards of the code. So that's a contradiction. Either it's a right endowed upon us by the Creator, it's a natural right to which we're all entitled, or there's been a conversion of these rights to the county control, which they give back to us in the form of a privilege. So I'm low on time. I'm going to say I recommend that the county table this thing and start over again and and enjoy the input from the community and operate from that perspective rather than the planning bureaucracy that is established in the county. Thank you.
Shauna DeMoss, Merle Reynolds, and Elizabeth Yari, please.
I live in Hotchkiss. The notes that I had written yesterday morning for this event, I tore up after I went to your work session yesterday because so many things are changing, as so many people here are pointing to, and as the last person that spoke pointed to. You are changing things so quickly that it doesn't seem like the three of you can keep up. I appreciate the time that you have taken to hold an event of this size where you can get a larger amount of your constituents who elected you, that you can hear us, which you can't do in these small meetings that you typically hold and that the PC typically holds. So thank you. And I would like to say that I appreciate Mr. Supis yesterday for what seemed to be you speaking up in opposition for more regulation where regulation is not needed. The overall message I'd like to say is that there seems to be an immense amount of resources that have been put into this county trying to fix something that the people of this county do not believe is broken. Now, what I tore up was specific notes that it seemed like you have been asking for, and I want to thank the Delta County Coalition for coming forward with so many specific pieces for all of us. But before we get to that point, the way in which you are handling this really seems to be one of the biggest problems. You are creating so much distrust between your citizens and our local government. You are creating a monster that looks like this, and I don't think that you can manage it. But it doesn't have to be a monster because none of us want to be here like this. We want to work with you. We want you to work with us. We want to feel like the Planning Commission, which is mostly supposed to be a volunteer. It is made up mostly of volunteers, but is being run by someone who does not represent our county well. We don't want to be here like this. Wow, that time goes very quick. So I'd like to say quickly, please stop pushing this through. Do not vote it through as is. Stop the update, repeal the 2021 loot codes, please bring the public into this. Just meeting the legal obligation of putting newspaper and Facebook posts up is not sufficient anymore.
Lisa Martinez, Sherry Fisher, Bonnie Jo Graham Reed. You'd come up here to the right.
Paonia. Oh, hi, I'm Lori Mitchell from Paonia. I want to thank each one of you for your willingness to be a commissioner and stand on behalf of us. After attending your meeting yesterday, listening to 7 of you going over the LUC and each having a different interpretation of the sections makes it even more clear that the LUC is not easy to understand, nor is it succinct. Wendell Kuntz stated in an interview with Delta County Independent, May of 2022, that the LUC would be a living document. I don't believe an LUC should become a living document because it makes an LUC like a Word document instead of a PDF. We as constituents should have a vote on each and every aspect of change. Chapter 11, 1A, 2D, application of section evidence of status. This section, how could a citizen offer evidence of status? Further, wouldn't the burden of proof be on the county considering they approved us? The section defines the situation as legally non-conforming. 11.3B, approved uses. This section then defines the situation as conforming. This is so very confusing to understand, and maybe a flow chart would be beneficial. Don Soup has said a few times yesterday that special events bring revenue into this county and it is our lifeblood. Yet 23E1A, Chapter 2, zoning districts, land use and events. 1, generally, the standards of the section apply to temporary events. Generally, by definition, means in most cases or usually. That is not clear. Chapter 2, 3E2A's red line 2021 changes the special events, which I heard someone else share, from 75 per calendar year to 3. How does the community benefit from 3? And does this apply to businesses already approved by the Planning Commission prior to 2021? Would the following mean that we can continue as is and that we can have more than 3 events per year? Guest ranch means, this is in section 2, definitions in alphabetical order. Guest ranch means, and I'll just read part of it, may be used for private events, private parties, corporate events, and weddings. Lodging, again, part of it, may be used for private special events, private parties, corporate events, and weddings. Yesterday, you mentioned private means friends or family having a wedding. The above said private, however, lodging facility is a business, and while the wedding or corporate event would be a private to their guests, what does that mean? Please, please consider the possibility that La Plata County and Durango has already gone through something similar to us here in Delta. After a meeting just like this, they repealed the LUC, scrapped the one they had been attempting to create, and started fresh with community input. I can imagine that your jobs haven't been easy with this whole LUC challenge. Delta County is full of a variety of personalities from different walks of life, and each of us is a part of that. Please consider the possibility that it would be easier to start over than continuing this crazy train of attempting to rewrite the LUC that is not at all what matches the master plan. My belief is united we stand, and teamwork makes the dream work. Thank you.
My name is Lisa Martinez. I live at 8530 Ellens Way on 5 acres. I'm here because I feel it is my duty. Might be a little redundant. Never done this before, but we the people have fallen short in the past of staying involved in our government's affairs. We're seeing the results of that across the country. It's not because we're lazy. I think it's because we're hardworking. We're trying to raise families. It's challenging to manage our lives, raise good families, and also work with the government. I'm here today to speak up and stand up for freedom. I am really fed up with government control and overreach, and it seems to be trickling down. My 18-year-old son struggles to see how he will ever get out on his own because things have become so difficult and expensive. That's what these codes do. They make things more difficult and more expensive, taking away personal rights and freedom. The direction our country is headed is a clear sign that we must find a way to get back involved and say no when it's necessary. When I found out what was going on with the codes, it was disturbing because I thought this was a place where government overreach wasn't going to happen. I believe this is no different than when a 500-page bill hits the floor of the legislature and it's not read because there's not time. And before we know it, we have more laws that take away our values and our freedom. I've tried to study the document. I consider myself a fairly intelligent woman, and it's extremely hard to understand. We shouldn't need a law degree to understand the rules that govern our land, and we need a simple, common sense code. One thing I really don't like is the fact that in, I believe, Chapter 13, Section 1C, the county and all its agents grant themselves immunity, meaning they can't be sued or held accountable for anything within the battles of enforcement of this code. That's pretty convenient. It is my understanding that there was a constituent at the 2021 hearing who asked to slow down and be more transparent, but it was adopted anyway. As a lifetime Delta County resident, I'm in favor of a more simple code written with us in mind instead of money and big development. A code must be written in simple, understandable language, preferably through smaller groups who create their own rules that work for them, working with the Planning Commission in a way that eliminates overreach into private lives. We are an agricultural area, and I value that. I value our local farmers and ranchers, and with the way things are going, we need to be able to keep producing our own food, and it shouldn't be hard. These codes make everything more difficult and more expensive. Please stop. Please repeal the 2021 code. Please start over and put it to a vote.
Gentlemen, my name is Shauna DeMoss, and I'm from up on Surface Creek in Cedar Edge. I come from generations of agricultural people in this county, and I'm here to just kind of give you a personal appeal. These folks have outlined details, and what I want you to know is that this code directly affects my family. We as agricultural people have to do extra. We have to do things like have homestays. We have to do events. We have to do weddings and bring in hunters. We have to be able to hang signs on our doors and our fences and say, wood for sale, hay for sale. Hey, Aunt Bonnie wants to do your hair. This code dramatically affects the 7 businesses that I have to do in addition to agriculture, just because we've chosen this lifestyle. Agriculture isn't easy, and we have to do extra. With all of those businesses, my family doesn't have time to come down and apply for 23 permits a year, so that some director who doesn't understand us can either decide whether we get to eat or not. This is a serious issue. We need accountability in our government, and we need folks that understand us. And gentlemen, I know enough about the 3 of you that you understand agriculture and you understand our plight. So here's what I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask that you talk to us. We want to work with you. We want to fix this. We all live here together. Let's figure out how to get along. Let's figure out how to address the problems that we have, which are minimal, but also not restrict the freedom for those of us that have been here forever and plan to be here forever and generations to come, to be able to work and get along. Thank you.
My name's Elizabeth Yari. I live in Paonia. But the land we dwell upon today is the ancestral land of the Ute Nation. I acknowledge their roots in this place and seek to learn from their wisdom, seeing as history seems to be repeating itself with land grabs, punishments, and unreadable laws.
I am not in favor of the 2001 Land Use Code or its additions. Abolish it. We need to start from scratch. I'd like to suggest a long pause to remember that the land is divided into watersheds in a bioregion, and that when we care about the people on our watersheds, the whole system protects us better than a central government system. I'm sorry a firefighter stepped in raw sewage in the line of duty downstream from me in the Delta part of the river. This is my concern. But instead of demanding demoralizing fines on the person who had the raw sewage, we can invite that person to a citizens' initiative called Pro-Social to sort through the problem and to help this person thrive. We have started these initiatives in Paonia. I personally steward a little adobe hill, which was formed when the inland sea receded 82 million years ago. I'm sure you're used to this Manco Shale situation. The sea left 73,000 parts per million of sulfates in the soil. It makes it a challenge to excavate a septic tank in that. If by P means sulfates, it becomes sulfuric acid. You don't want that. So I pee by the side of the Nanking cherry tree to give them nitrogen. I turn to my neighbors for inspiration around a build on the land when I can afford it to suit, and that build has to suit the land and the extreme climates we have here. My neighbors have straw bale, hempcrete, aircrete, passive solar, yurts, teepees, domes, and earthships. It takes time to learn about this, years in fact. And I do this in the shelter of my tiny Bambi Airstream trailer. About 5G. If I lie flat on the land, well away from Wi-Fi, from 5G, 4G even, and connect with the land's natural electromagnetism, I can subdue the constant internal tremors from the West Nile virus. 5G needs to be kept out of the county. So again, let's pause and acknowledge our citizens' sovereignty, our freedom, and our responsibility to the land and each other, and celebrate this innovative, creative, self-reliant, regenerative community. And Carl, I invite you to retire.
I'm going to call on Mandolin, Jan Hoffman, and Evelina. Again, Mandolin, Jan Hoffman.
Okay, I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it again. Personal attacks are not going to be tolerated. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. We will treat each other with respect this evening.
Carl, I invite
Hello, my name is Sherry Fisher and I live on 1525 Road here in North Delta on 4 acres. So even though we are within the city limits, I know these land use codes will affect me and my neighbors, if not now, in the future. And already we have received a notice from the city of Delta that they are updating our land use codes soon and have asked for our input via a survey. I'm very disappointed in our county commissioners for choosing to bend to outside influences. I would have expected them to try harder to reach the citizens of this county. And if they weren't receiving much involvement, then I would have thought the logical thing to do would be to wait until people were able to gather in public again. There's a lot going on in our state, and it feels like the government of Denver is trying to grow the Western Slope to look a lot like the Front Range. There must be a way to allow Delta County to refuse to take orders from people who do not live in our unique and special area. Many of us have moved out of big cities and into the rural life that we have in Delta County. I grew up in Denver, in the Denver suburb of Arvada, and I've lived in Sacramento and Los Angeles counties, so I know what city life looks like. My husband grew up in Boulder County and their restrictive ways. We don't want the Western Slope to turn into that kind of chaos. We in Delta County should not wait to be told how we may use our land and our property. Allowing us to make changes and upgrades to our homes and property by permits is outrageous beyond just the water and sewer, electrical, that kind of thing. But allowing us to make changes, reasonable changes to our homes and property by permits is outrageous and feels like a control grab and a money grab. We want less government involvement in our lives, not more. If you don't listen to us and our stories, don't be surprised when someone steps up to take your place as a county commissioner who speaks and acts for the people. Thank you.
I'd like to call Paige Erickson, Chloe Watkins, and Robert Strauss to the left, please.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Jo Graham Reed from Crawford. And I'm also a transplant a couple years ago. And Commissioner Coons, I got to meet with you probably a year and a half ago or something. And I was so impressed that you said Delta County is a constitutional county. I was so happy to hear that. Please repeal this unconstitutional land use code. I also want to read a letter from a fellow Crawford citizen, a rancher, longtime resident. She says, I have talked to 2 of the county commissioners who assured me that they were not in favor of these county regulations. I felt good after talking to them, but since I have heard contrary to this and that they are in favor of these regulations, I am distressed to hear this. Why have we hired a person from a massive populated area in California to represent our small population in Delta County? This is extremely unfair. I am also wondering why we are not having a local meeting in our area that would have made it possible for this senior person to have come. I definitely would propose this and also propose that that be an issue on our ballots for a vote for or against. I do not want a person from a very populated area in another state telling me what I can and cannot do with my property. I worked hard many years to obtain my property, and I feel it is my decision what I can and cannot do with it. Very sincerely yours, Pat Polson, longtime rancher of Crawford. Thank you.
I'm Evelina Baida and I live in Crawford. I purchased 16 acres of agricultural land in 2014. In April 2022, I was contacted by Everett Neal, the newly hired code enforcer. Neal could not find the paperwork for our road access. It was missing from the county's records. The date of the approval of the access was needed to determine what possible violations are present based on the county's interpretation of the regulations that were in place at that time. The very first letter that Neal states, in the very first letter from Neal, he states that if the violations are verified and not corrected, the following can happen. Recording of a notice of violation that could affect sale or refinance, liability for the cost of civil enforcement, such as investigation, inspection, curing of any violation, monitoring compliance, and criminal prosecution. When I produced the missing 2015 approval of access, Neal concluded in his compliance report that the baseline has been established as a legal non-conforming condition, and that intensification, modification, or extension will require being brought into conformance with current codes. What legal non-conforming essentially means, it is that we are being held hostage on our own land. We cannot, for example, replace a unit without bringing the entire land into compliance with the code that exists at that time. With this land use code, the commissioners are harming the people that do no wrong to others. Our land use and property rights are protected by the Constitution and natural law. If the government restricts the use of our property, what is given in return to the landowners for this order? By removing the lawful right of private property use and restricting it with the permit, the county is converting our rights into privilege. This is unconstitutional and immoral. When the county grants those permits to us, they can just as easily take them away. I ask that any work on the update of the 2021 Land Use Code be stopped immediately. I ask that the 2021 Land Use Code is repealed. I ask that the properly trained area working groups drawn from the residents from each district's major watershed are brought back. I ask that they collaborate with the properly trained Planning Commission to revise the zoning and land use guidelines so that they are simple and balanced between private property rights and the well-being of the community as a whole. This could happen with assistance from an experienced consultant, but the task of writing of the guidelines is solely with the people of the county, not what is happening right now when the planning department director, Carl Holm, is ghostwriting changes to the certified document. I ask that a collaboratively crafted handbook be put to a public vote. I ask that we go back to the performance planning with properly trained area planning committees. I ask that we go back to the old and honorable ways of personal accountability, fair and inclusive decision-making, fast and just conflict resolution, and pride in our resilient and down-to-earth living.
I'm Jan Hoffman from Crawford. What she said. No. We have lived here for 10 years, have owned property for 15 years. We left Eagle County for a saner, more low-key and free life. As others have stated before me this evening, the 2021 Land Use Code was flawed from the start, taking a boilerplate document from a dissimilar area and trying to tweak it to fit a completely different, mostly agricultural area doesn't make sense. The county commissioner has asked for specific and detailed examples of how the current LUC and the revisions will affect us. I feel we need to step back and look at the bigger picture. The land use code is for the unincorporated areas of Delta County, not the population centers who have their own town or city codes. I believe these unincorporated areas are mostly agricultural. You say you respect the agricultural history and culture of Delta County, but these extensive regulations seem to tell a different story. I'm not here to address the details. It's easy to see how the amount of new rules and regulations in the original document and the additional updates of 50 pages or so are a complete overreach and mostly unnecessary. Who benefits from these far-reaching regulations? It is wrong to overregulate the majority to benefit a few. You can't fix stupid. To take a right and make it a permitted use seems like a power grab. Our rights, the Fourth Amendment to the US Constitution and Section 7 of the Colorado Constitution, will not be infringed, period. You are elected to work for us, and we do appreciate your service, but we ask you to hear what we are saying. I ask that any work on the update to the 2021 Land Use Code be stopped immediately. I would prefer also that the 2021 Land Use Code is repealed and the process begun anew. Thank you for your time.
Jacob Dahlman, Zachary Willis, Dave Andrick, to the right here, please.
Hello, my name is Paige Erickson and I live on Crawford Road. At the last meeting where public comment was taken, the Planning Commission asked for specifics to be changed. I want to be clear that I, along with many others here, have read the 2021 and revisions for the land use codes. There are so many issues with the entire document that do not in any way feel like it was written for or in support of the people here in Delta County. Asking for specifics in my mind is so you can go back through and make those specific changes. This seems like an ineffective use of time, considering it is not only what is in the code, but also the language it is written with. We are in Delta County, the land of the cowboy, the farmer, the rancher, and the simple man. If we have any land use codes at all, our code should be easy to understand and written using simple language. That is not what we have in front of us today. And do you know why? It is because this code is a copy and paste version that has been implemented all over the United States. I say implemented, but the correct word may be weaponized. This code is us under the thumb of the government. Where it has already been implemented and enforced, you will see homelessness skyrocketing, ridiculous fines that have led to foreclosure and loss of land. And when this happens, big companies swoop in and buy it up. It's happened in virtually every county around us, and it is not a coincidence that more regulation brings in more money, power, and pushes out the common folk. This is by design. If you think this code is written to protect the people, you're sadly mistaken. Look at the agenda that is being pushed across this nation. This is far deeper than land use codes, and this implementation is a new, organized, governized, controlled, and monitored way of life that we here in Delta County love our freedoms far too much to let this encroach any further without a fight. Don, Wendell, and Mike, I ask you to stand for our rights and support us as we uphold the Constitution and the last of the cowboy culture. It starts with the land use codes, but I promise this is just the beginning. We need strong allies and representation in these chairs as the war on freedom has just begun. For now, I ask that any work on the update of the 2021 land use code be stopped immediately. I ask you to repeal the 2021 land use code and create a document with ample public input we're all proud of and that reflects our values here. Carl, I'm sure you're a nice guy, but this is not the right place for you. TK, your time has expired and you're in violation. We're not backing down with or without you. We must not be free because we claim freedom, but because we practice it.
Thanks for having us here today, guys. My name's Robert Strauss. I'm in Paonia, Crawford Road. Hey, first and foremost, I'll give credit where credit's due. You guys got a big enough venue to accommodate us. Everybody here has a seat. This is the very first time. So thank you for recognizing that it's not just a small number of people in your community that are disenchanted with these codes. And I had to leave work early today to be here. And I can tell you for every person in this room right now, there's 4 or 5 that couldn't make it because we're busy raising families, raising farms, taking care of our land, making a livelihood. The common motif I'm hearing tonight is we've been funneled here. This has been our last frontier. We've tried to make our livelihood and our culture work elsewhere. And these exact kind of codes have impeded. And so here we are, all funneled into Delta County. And you're bringing these codes here. And it bothers me that you don't understand the culture of your constituents. You don't understand what we're about. And if you did, you wouldn't have needed this uproar to let you know these codes need revision. The 3 of you should have been able to read these codes and say, hey, I don't think our people are going to approve of this, right? So here we are. We're voicing our opinion, and it is obviously far too much for a single evening to go through every line of code. Listen, when things are really messed up, you don't fix it, you demo it and you start over. And that's exactly what we need to do with this code. It will take far too much time. It is not efficient to go through these 220 pages line by line. Throw it away. Repeal the 2021 land use codes, and let's work together with your community, with your constituents, right? Your opinions don't matter. You voice our opinions. Yeah. And we want to be heard. So thank you. Thank you very much for having us here. Thank you for listening, and I'm looking forward to working with you in the future as you guys vote no tonight on this land use code and you send it back and we work together. So thank you.
Good evening. My name's Chloe Watkins. I live in Paonia. Mike and Don and Wendell, we're counting on you. We're counting on you to do what's right for the land and the people of Delta County. There's been a serious breach of trust here. How in the world did a document like this get so close to becoming our code? This agenda and these codes will not work here. We're calling on you to vote this down immediately. This agenda will not work here. We're calling on you to repeal these codes completely and start over. Let's make a document with ample public opinion, something we can all be proud of. We want to set an example for other counties. We want something that actually works for the people here. And I have to add, this is not a personal attack. This is just my opinion. Why did you hire Carl? I really don't mean a personal attack. I'm just saying he's not the right person for the job. We need someone with more experience in Delta County. His position needs to be filled by someone who has extensive experience here, someone who's lived here a lot longer than 2 years. We need someone with respect for the people and our way of life here. It's not a personal attack. I'm talking about the position that needs to be filled. The planning commissioner, it's not personal. All right, we need someone as the planning director who understands the lay of the land and the spirit of it. We need someone who understands farming and ranching, canyons, rivers, mountains. Mike, Don, Wendell, we're depending on you. There's a bigger picture here. The fight here for our rights is bigger than Delta County, and I'm asking you to see the bigger picture too. Everywhere you look, there's tighter and tighter controls. We're being squeezed from all sides. Tyranny has become a household word. I'm standing here tonight for my kids. It makes me really sad and angry when I think of what kind of world my children will inherit if we don't draw a line in the sand right here, right now. If we open the door to these kinds of policies, it'll be damn near impossible to take it back. The way I see it, Delta County is a beacon of light. We don't have to bow down to pressures of conformity, and we won't. We don't need more regulations, and we do not need to ask permission to do things on our land. This is our right, and we have a responsibility to protect it. Self-reliance, self-determination, sadly, that's rare these days. Mike, Don, Wendell, are you going to stand with us, with your people? Because we aren't backing down. We're counting on you. Stop, repeal, put this to a vote, and keep Delta County free.
I'm going to ask Mr. Higgins, and I'm not sure I'm saying it right, from Main Street, Cedar Ridge. Mr. Wright, and I cannot read the next name. It says 3rd Street, Cedar Ridge. You'll come down to the right, please.
Hi, my name is Zachary. I live in Paonia. I'd like to just second everything that everybody here has said tonight. I think the land use code updates are very confusing. Doesn't make a lick of sense to me. I want you to repeal the 2021 land use code and table the 2022, demolish it, whatever word you want to use. I, don't know any of you guys at all. I, know a lot of people in Delta County, but I don't know you guys. So I don't know where your brains are at or anything. I do know that, America in a large part has become very controlled, policed. There's not a lot of places left that are like Delta County. Delta County is a very unique place. I've been able to move to Delta County. I was homeless when I moved here, and I've been able to pull myself up by the bootstraps. I now own the butcher shop in Paonia, Colorado. And I would not have been able to do that had these land use codes been in place and had the culture and the spirit of this place been destroyed. If this had been like Boulder or Denver, I would not be able to do this. I've been able to move here to this county and I've been embraced by the people here. And that's why I live here. And you can't find places like that in America anymore. And my belief is that if you vote in these land use codes, you're going to be destroying that spirit of this county. One of the other biggest concerns that I have with this land use code is scrapping the complaint-driven system. We need to remain intact, the complaint-driven system. We should not be able to investigate or put a fine on anybody unless there's been an official complaint made by a neighbor, by somebody in this county. And we need to have provisions that remain in the land use code. As I understand it now, the 2021 or whatever code that is in place now, it is actually written that it needs to be a complaint before you can do anything to anybody. And that makes sense to me because it's all about just trying to protect our neighbors and their standard of living. We don't want to impact anybody else's life and impact it negatively. And that's the only reason why we should have any codes at all. The codes that we should have should protect us from developing too fast, rapid development, like one of the guys was saying earlier. We don't want this place to turn into Boulder. We don't want it to turn into Denver. So we do want things to protect us from that. We don't want people to just come in here and develop whenever they want. I think at very least, you shouldn't be able to build a house for at least 6 years. You have to live in an RV for 6 years. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'm going to call Tim Austin, Patty Desmond, and Julie May to the front, please.
Jacob Dahlman, Crawford. How many times is the director mentioned in these codes? How much authority is he afforded? He and Tom Kay apparently have the power to change or ignore the Planning Commission bylaws on a whim, as we witnessed clearly with their meeting on the 8th. This code is left open to interpretation and blatantly says this in the early pages. It needs to be more straightforward and predictable. And the biggest problem is that the director can determine what is what and how the code may apply. As I've been told by several people, Mr. Holm is a nice guy and an expert in his field, but the fact remains, he is far too overqualified for his position. He has no business implementing California-style planning here in Delta County. If the man wants to succeed in Delta County, he's going to have to retire or take up farming. If he wants to keep working in his field, we'd all agree that his expertise is best utilized back where he came from, and it would be wonderful if he picked either because the county can use his salary on more important things. We want to return to a simple, locally run show of two rather than the bureaucratic mess that he's been managing. There is no way to fix this code. If you three want to sit down and trim it down to 50 pages of essential stuff, please do, since you all get paid well to serve us. You're earning your paycheck by being here tonight, and one of the things that I want to make sure you recognize is that we are all here on our own dime. On our own time, burning precious fossil fuels to let you know that we do not like what you are doing. You're getting paid to do this, yet you're not serving the people. Whom are you serving by centralizing bureaucracy and smothering the essential character of Delta County? It's time to stop this and listen to the voices of the people. We want very localized control and minimal involvement with a centralized planning department. We want Carl and Everett, the enforcer who seems to think that trespassing is okay if there is no sign barring him from doing so, removed from your employ. Give us a meeting facilitator or a neutral party rather than a code compliance officer. Hold Tom Kay accountable for ignoring bylaws after being directly challenged by a peer. Let's keep Delta County simple. Let's keep it free. Please stop, repeal, and vote.
My name is Patty DeSimone and I'm a rancher and I live at 21505 Page Road. I moved to Delta County to get to a smaller location because where I was ranching before and I was single, it was too much. So I moved here and I was pretty aware because I wasn't that far away. I was in the Book Cliffs where my bigger place was. And I liked it here because I had had lots of friends here. I'd been here many, many times. I moved here in about 2000. So I think I've thought about, listened to what everybody said, and for some reasons, I know you folks, commissioners, you all have been here a long time, and I really do think that you are missing the boat on what is going on in this county and the people that live here. First of all, there's a lot of retirees that have moved here. There's lots of people that are just trying to make it. There's lots of people that like growing their own food, including myself. Not only do I like growing it here, I like growing it where I was living before. And the restrictions, well, let me put it this way. I did partake in the 218 master plan. I went down, I read all the maps. I talked to the valley. I talked to some of you commissioners. One of you, Wendell, wasn't there. And I went through the whole thing. I questioned immediately, what are you doing taking an A35 rated piece of ground and turning it into an A20? Because immediately I knew you guys were thinking that that could be future plan development is what it's called, 9 miles out of town. So anyway, that was the first key that I thought things weren't going awry, but nobody listened. On the 2021 code, I also did make notes on it. I tried to read it. It was very confusing, and I have read county plans before, and this one was extremely difficult. And it didn't really make a lot of sense, and it did not make me happy, but no matter how many times I complained, nobody seemed to listen. So here we are now with an updated 2021 plan, which I've read again, and I do not agree with anything that's in it. The restrictions are ridiculous. I have now asked my son to come and live on the ranch. He lives with me in the house, so we're not doing anything wrong. But I also applied to get a permit to build another house on 20 acres, which is legal for me to take off, and it just became a whole hoopla. Like it's taken years for something that simple, and I'm not even asking for a variance. Anyway, I'm not sure that this is going to be the kind of place, we've discussed it, that we're going to want to stay with all these land use codes that are being put in here, because it just isn't what Delta County is really about. I mean, we have a big garden, you know, and the restrictions on anything that anybody does, they actually live in my house. I just want to clarify that. They don't live in an RV. They're not breaking any laws. We're not doing anything wrong. So I'm asking you, please, I'm conforming to what was done in the 2018 master plan. I read it very carefully, the whole thing. And all of a sudden, during COVID, I go down and I read once again this 2021 plan. I know not a lot of people went, but I actually read it. And I'm very unhappy with everything that you guys are doing. And I really want you to really think long and hard about this. And please think about trying to find something a little more suitable to Delta County. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask Keith Laux, Roger Bentley, and Emily June Breffel to the front, please.
My name is Darrell Higginson. I live in Cedar Ridge, and where we live has been in my wife's family since 1930. I don't think we need any new laws. Before this thing was written, we got along fine. I believe this whole thing should be thrown in the trash can. And I would like to voice my opinion on one thing, and I think I still have that right. There should not be anybody on that commission that has not lived and made their living in Delta County. Period. Thank you.
My name is Tim Austin. I live in Paonia. One thing I've never heard anybody address is the why. I went to a couple meetings during the process, and it was obvious this is going to be shoved down our throats. Nobody addressed the idea of why to do this? What does it benefit us? How does it help us? How does it help Delta County? Nobody has addressed that. And when you shove something down people's throats, pretty obvious you have no respect for them. And that's what these people are trying to tell you, that they realize you have no respect for them. Your job is to serve us. That's why you ran for office, I assume, unless you have other ulterior motives. We'd like you to start doing that. The choice, the way it was approached during those meetings was not that that we're going to have a choice. It's we're going to shove this crap down your throat. Do you want horse crap or cow crap? Which is, that's a choice we were given. We were never given a choice of what do we want? Do we want it at all? During the COVID, we learned how much your health department cares about us. The stuff they forced down our throat, we got sick of it. I'll just tell you that. And that ruined a lot of trust. What you're doing here has ruined the rest of the trust that you had. You're going to have to do an awful lot to gain that trust back, as far as I'm concerned. I don't want the confusion of this code. When the question comes up, I don't want confusion being interpreted by somebody from California that's used to herding sheep. We're not sheep in this county, and we don't want to hear it. And so I would prefer that you not hire anybody from Southern California or Boulder or anywhere else that's a crap hole, a sewer of a place to live. I prefer that you find somebody in this county that would do this type of job. You guys may have done this because you didn't want to look like a bunch of bumpkins. I'm proud to look like a bumpkins to people in Boulder and Front Range and California. Their worldview is so screwed up. I don't want any part of that. And you're trying to follow their lead. And I don't want to see that. I moved back here from the Front Range to escape that. One thing that I've not heard yet also is, what is your objective? What are you trying to achieve here? What are you trying to do to us? And nobody's expressed that. I'd love to hear you say something about what are you trying to do? What are you trying to achieve by doing this? I would like for you to scrap this thing. I'd like to start all over again. Thank you.
Mike, Dawn, Wendell. I'm Emily June Breffel, and I live in the North Fork Valley in the town of Paonia, named after the peony. And I pledge allegiance to each other and the land of the United States of America, and to the justice, abundance, and beauty for which all life stands. One land under an ancient sky. God, Goddess. And in solidarity with everyone with a beauty in their eye, indivisible. And in allegiance, I stand before you, commissioners, and remind you of your sole duty here today and every day, to listen to the people in your Delta County and to be a bridge for their voices. You commissioners have committed your waking life and livelihood to the voices of all those who live here. You commissioners are obliged and are in dutiful contract with all those who have something to say today. And when you are, if ever unable to understand, it is your responsibility to ask for help from your community, from the land where you stand, for this county for which you provide. Look closely. We here all share the whites in your eyes. Please listen. Please listen. Please listen. Please listen. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Curtis Babbitt, Mike Spurlock, and Aaron Jarrett to the front.
My name is Keith Laux. I'm fourth generation native born.
Please address the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, I'm fourth generation native born in Surface Creek Valley. We have lived here for over 120 years. We've lived here 80 years really well without a whole bunch of regulations. And then the other thing, well, I think, first of all, the thing I want to say is thanks, guys, for listening to what we've got to say. Thank you, constituents, for making your points very eloquently spoken. It's been really good. My background is as a real estate broker. I started selling real estate when I was 18 years old. I did that for some 50 years.
Mr. Laux, please address the commission.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, that's fine. They've got what they need to do. I've sold and developed real estate in Arma County. I've sold and developed real estate in Mesa County. I've tried to do some development in Delta County, and I got tired of the rules having to deal with all of it. But here's the thing I want to say. Anytime we have rules and regulations which are piled upon one upon another, one upon another, one upon another, makes the cost of land go up, makes the cost of housing go up. Every time I've got to spend $20 to come to Delta to get a permit for something and pay another $40 or $50 permit and go back, that's a cost of raising. And when you have to do that every time, it makes the cost of housing go up. We need to be thinking about the people and all what rules and regulations do to us. I would really like to see you repeal the 2021 regs. I would really like to see you turn down the 2023 new proposition. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for listening to what I have to say. My wife and I moved down here about 9 years ago from Steamboat Springs.
And your name is?
Curtis Babbitt. I live in Cedar Edge. We lived in Hotchkiss for a while. And Steamboat, we had a business. We developed commercial real estate. We had a nice home up in Clark. And throughout the whole tenure I lived there, all of these rules started coming into play. Back in 84, 85, it was a really quiet little town, hardly anybody there in the summertime, and all the local politicians, city council people were drooling over the prospect of summer tourism and all this money they were going to bring in. Well, they got their wish. The town is so completely unobtainable for most people. I mean, a 2-bedroom home is going for $1.1 million in downtown. We lived there for a long time, ran a business for a long time. It just got to the point where it wasn't sustainable for us. So we moved here. My wife did a bunch of research. and found out this great place called Delta County where there were no building permits. You could build what you wanted to build. It's wonderful. Wow, really? So I checked it out. We both checked it out. We confirmed this. It was fantastic. So we moved down here, sold everything and moved to Delta County. I'm an entrepreneur and a businessman, and I see all these. I haven't read the whole proposal, the whole LOC, but I'm pleading with you guys to don't go the way Steamboat went. Don't go the way Boulder went. Don't do it. And not only that, I can't follow up to some of these great speakers who said things tonight because it's so right on. And I wanted to remind you guys, we took the Pledge of Allegiance. You took the Pledge of Allegiance with liberty and justice for all. Well, the word liberty means, and I looked up tyranny. Tyranny is arbitrary or unrestrained exercise of power and despotic abuse of authority. Liberty means you have the freedom from that very thing. I can't even believe we're having this conversation. You work for us. And I seriously believe there's no one in this county that knows anything about this code that would agree that, yeah, that's a good thing. Let's do that. No one. It's your duty as politicians, as elected officials, to do what we want you to do. If this whole proposal reeks of state or federal influence, it's obvious, because the same thing that happened to Steamboat with land use codes and all these other things that came in that were just like, wow, did you guys really think that up yourselves, or did somebody come in and tell you about it? And you know that somebody came in and told them about it. So we know. So I don't look at it as you have a choice. This is it. This is what we want you to do. So just do the right thing. That's it. Thanks for your time.
Don Michael Window, thank you. Thank you for listening to me. My wife and I, Sue, moved
Mike,
here.
could you introduce yourself?
Pardon me?
Could you introduce yourself?
I'm getting to that here. We're getting there. My name is Mike Spurlock. My wife, Sue, and I came here over 3 decades ago from the island of Maui, Hawaii. So my friend said there, why would you do that? And I said, because Delta County is just as pretty as Hawaii, it's just different. That's why I moved here. I like the freedom of Delta County. I like what's here in Delta County. We moved here and bought a sizable piece of ground, and we are ranching. Over that time, we've had a stallion, we bred horses, raised, trained horses. I've been in the horse business all my life, so is my wife. And we just appeal this whole thing here. The LUC code of over 100 pages is hard to understand. I read it and I couldn't hardly understand it. And I don't want to do that. I moved to Delta County because I like Delta County the way it is and the way it was, and I hope it'll always be that way. And I thank you for the time the time I could talk here. Thank you very much, and God bless Delta County.
Thank you.
I'm going to call Tony Pendergrass, Elise Wages, and Tim Kelly to the front, please.
Robbie, after that, we're going to take a break.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Aaron Gerard, and I'm a Delta County native. I was at the meeting yesterday, just watching you all work and trying to understand what's going on. I've read through a lot of this, and it seems that there's a piece missing that really confuses me about the whole process, having been here, and I think everybody is expressing this love for this place, that somehow there's this intrusive thing coming over us in the form of a land use code that kind of breaks one of the central values that people here have, which is self-determination. And we're hearing that, over and over again, and I recognize that, and I think I appreciate all of you in your history here and your appreciation of that in your own lives and your communities, families. And it confuses me why in this moment, there's this us against them feeling around this situation. When this seems like the perfect opportunity to come together and say, hey, we want something a little different than other places. And we want, as the people together, a voice. You know, I may not have paid enough attention in 2020, 2021. I had a certain amount of trust and faith that the government here was interested in a certain way of life. And I feel like my trust is a little bit like, I'm a little hesitant right now with that and have to keep an eye on things that I feel like I didn't before. And I do want to appreciate in the meeting yesterday that there's like clearly some things are being listened to and heard and incorporated in this. I'm not sure if modifying the foundation that was established in 2021 is the best approach. I mean, when you have something that's on a weak foundation or the wrong foundation, in spite of honoring and appreciating all the work and effort and time and everything that has gone into it, sometimes you have to take a step back. And I think that's kind of what is happening here. We're taking a step back. We want to look at this, get a little bigger picture. I have written a couple sections that I'm not going to have time to get to, so I'm going to hand these over to you on paper, plus many others, but thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, excuse me. My name is Roger Bentley. I live in the suburb of Austin called Peach Valley on Peach Valley Road. Very nice place to live. You all are, these people put you in those seats and we're happy that you're there. These people are willing to work with you while you're in those seats so that we can put this county back on the track. And I want to also commend the Sheriff's Department for not letting us be at the February 8th meeting because of a conversation that was held at the diner in Paonia with some people that were meeting there talking about the land use code. And that got blown into stay home, stay alert. We're afraid there's going to be violence at the meeting. So I don't think we have that happening. And I think that that was a bad call on our Sheriff's Department. And you all have an opportunity with, I have it written down here, 9 or 10 or 12. I don't know exactly how many planning commission members you have, but they are from the 3 commissioner districts. And you've got people represented here of the 3 commissioner districts that your planning commission members could reach out to the public, sit down with some subcommittees and start revising this thing and making it a whole lot easier on you, that they would do the work and then you could oversee it. And it's also kind of confounding that all of these regulations are being, you have to consider these regulations, but none of them apply to any of you because of where you live and the acreage that you have or the conservation easement that you're under. So development will not affect any of you. And so you really have a hard choice in preserving the development rights of us, the people. Thank you. No clapping.
Hi, I'm Elise and I live in Crawford. Like many folks these days, I am a transplant originally from the Front Range. I did not come here because I wanted to replicate where I came from. I came here because I wanted something different. I came here to escape harsh building codes and suffocating development. When I arrived in this special valley, I was inspired by the way people lived close to the land, and I was impressed with the level of community I found. A place where neighbors still talk to each other, where practical skills are still valued, where creativity flourishes precisely because the level of freedom here has allowed it to. Like so many others, I came here to build a dream, to build a life on my own terms, in a rare place where such things still seemed possible. This valley is built on dreams, ideas blooming from basements and backyards. For most of us to survive here, we have to be creative and we have to support ourselves from our land through hard work and ingenuity. Until now, the relative freedom we experienced here has allowed this to flourish, allowed everyday folk to feed their families, contribute to their communities, and live a meaningful and happy life. I am deeply concerned at the level of interference this update and the 2021 code will have on the lives of all of us, especially in regards to home-based business, cottage industry, and the use of our homes and land for lodging and affordable housing options for locals. I also believe our valley could be a model for the rest of the world in sustainable building practices, allowing more earth-based buildings, composting toilets, gray water systems, and other sustainable practices. This should be encouraged. This is how we build sustainable communities for the future. And as the water situation becomes more and more dire here in the West, now is the time to focus on practical, not bureaucratic top-down solutions. And I ask, what problems are being solved by changing so many uses from allowed by right to permitted with site plan review? You may say all these things will still be possible under the new code. Just get a permit, you say. Well, as someone who personally went through this permitting process, I can tell you it is involved, lengthy, and incredibly expensive. It would be a barrier for most to even start. And the litany of completely arbitrary requirements and restrictions for cottage and home business are just ridiculous, and they make room for unnecessary oversight, fines, and loss of longstanding vital businesses, as well as limiting creative potential and positive growth. So many of our dear friends and neighbors will literally be forced off of their land and lose everything in an attempt to become compliant. I have already held the hands of teary-eyed community members who are terrified for their very livelihoods and safety, knowing they may literally lose their home and everything they have worked for. And as someone who has watched every other community I have loved get demolished by codes and regulations under the guise of progress, I can tell you that this will fundamentally change the place forever. Commissioners, we voted for you to represent us, the people of Delta County. We are just people with dreams who wish to create a life for ourselves. If you vote this in, you are crushing thousands of dreams and massively changing the character of this valley. This is not why we voted for you, and certainly you are not representing us if you support this code. As a human being to fellow human being, I ask that you value this incredibly special value and the cultural freedom and authentic life that characterizes this place. And I ask that you use your vote, your voice, and your future actions to uphold the unique culture of the place you too live. I hope that you understand the gravity of the destruction you could be instigating if you support this update and the ramped up enforcement of the 2021 code. And I hope that you make the rightful decision to stop the update, repeal the 2021 code, and vote on a new code written by the people for the people of the county you claim to represent. This is your duty. I plead from the bottom of my heart for my future children and my children's children that you honor this community and uphold its values. Thank you.
I'm Tony Prendergast from Crawford. There we are. I was on the area planning committees for 3 years and then the planning commission for 9 years. I stepped down in 2017. I think I have some grasp of the issues before you, and I know you sit in a real tough seat sometimes. I think a lot of folks have done a great job of speaking to the problems with, in particular, the revision to the 2022 revision to the land use code. And so I want to speak a little bit more towards potentially a way forward. there was a pandemic and that was a problem. I don't fault the county for carrying forward with adopting the 2021 land use code during the pandemic. There was an opportunity for a lot of public hearings in person and all that. That's just the way it was. But the fact of the matter is there wasn't probably the amount of public participation as folks would like to have, obviously. And I would recommend that the area planning committees are reconstituted. There's a tremendous amount of extremely articulate, well-informed people who are expressing a lot of interest in this process right now. Reconstitute those committees based on the various geographies of the county. Bring them in, hire a facilitator consultant to help redraft land use code. Don't hire the cheapest one, hire somebody really competent and good and somebody who does understand the county. And have the public hearings and bring in the involvement. And I think the 2021 land use code does have some good bones. It does accomplish some of the stuff that the master plan laid out with really good public participation in 2018. And there was the whole set of regulations, kind of a hodgepodge of regulations existed prior to that. And we had a lot of problems with them, as we all know. And so, the land use code adopted was set out to fix quite a few of those. I think it did a good job on a lot of things. There was definitely some warts on it and needs some revision and some work. You're setting out to do that, but it went the wrong direction. It went too regulatory and it went in a direction that isn't expressing a lot of the will of Delta County folks. This county has some incredible entrepreneurship, incredible creativity, innovation. We figure out ways to make a living here, ways to live that are not necessarily traditional or not necessarily, they may be alternative, but they work. They give a lot more people opportunity to have quality lives and live on their land. And we need to honor that and let the people participate. Thank you, Tony.
Good evening. Thank you, gentlemen, for this evening. And you can see that the group of folks here have not stated that they want you to go forward with this particular 2021 LUC. To drop it, scrap it, start over again. I agree.
What's your name, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Timothy Kelly. I live in Paonia, Colorado. I also lived in Monterey County for about 10 years. Was lead carpenter for one of the largest construction firms in the county. Yeah, I saw a lot of different changes during that tenure that I was there. My father-in-law sat on the water board in Carmel Valley. And once the moratorium lifted on the water taps in that region, explosive growth happened. That's what's going to happen here, folks. This is a framework for exactly that. Water taps, once they're released in Paonia area, all that stuff, land grab will start to happen. And we're going to see development because this puts people out of their homes, puts people off their property. This is unconscionable of what was done during a pandemic without any kind of group gathering. That's covert. I don't know what's wrong with America, except it's not what we want it to be here in Delta County. We want to have some freedom. We want to be able to do what we want to do on our land. I mean, it's hard enough just to make it with out of control inflation that nobody can keep up with. I mean, this isn't about economics, except it is. Or economic principles. They threw that out during Reagan administration, I can assure you. I was an economics studying at the university. This is all nonsense. This is about moving from one level of income to another and changing protocols for people that want to live a sustainable life in a simple way. We have seen what happened in Boulder. I saw it in the San Joaquin Valley. I saw it in the Wenatchee Valley. I saw it in Monterey County. We saw it in Southern California. You know, it's not okay to hire somebody that has no clue what the pulse is of a community. Regardless. That's misappropriation and use of funds without evaluating what is necessary for the community as a whole, not for interests of a few. And I guarantee you that that is happening in closed door meetings right now. Gentlemen, I ask you to do the right thing. You know, one of my heroes and the man I got to meet in my youth was John Wooden, UCLA basketball coach.
Yeah.
Might be on
Can
my
you
time.
summarize, sir? You're out of time. Could you summarize?
Summarize. How can I summarize? Oh, I can do that. Can we have a show of hands? Quiet. Just a show of hands that we want to dump 2021, please. Gentlemen, please look to your audience. Look to your constituents and see what they're saying to you. All the way around. Okay, now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're going to take a quick comfort break here. We're going to come back at 5 after 7. Restrooms are out in the hall to your right. If you have not signed up to speak, please do so at this time. If you do not wish to speak in person, we still have the written comment sheets out back. Thank you.
Where's the water?
There's water back there, yes. Cookies too, if you want one, Don. Could we get everybody back inside, please? Grab a seat.
Stephen Redd, James Cobertson, Tom Fox, Madeline, Daniel Kelso, and Chris. Handwriting, people, handwriting. Rajoity on 4th Street. If you'd come to the front, please.
I've been told we got 36 more speakers. It is now 5 after 7. If your comments are repetitive to what's been said before, just say so. I agree with the previous speakers. If you got something new for the commissioners, please bring it forward. But let's be conscientious of the time and the time for our neighbors here. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Madeline and I live on Crawford Road in Delta County, and I love this place. And it has a unique character, and I wish for us not to sell it down the river. I really want you to be brave and strong and appreciate the uniqueness of this county and the creativity here and work with the people. As a matter of fact, I heard that we could go back to the 1997 document, because watershed is critical. And when people take care of their watersheds and are on the ground to work with the county, you guys can make history, because there's an encroachment happening all over the United States and all over the world, and it has to do with the one world government. I don't know if you know that sustainable development and redevelopment are codes for that one world government. It's a pretend green mask. It's a phony green agenda. We can do better. We can do passive solar design with daylighting if we want to be really green. And if we design passive solar buildings with daylighting, we only need 10% of the electricity we're now using. Imagine that. Let's lead the way and keep this jewel, polish this jewel together. That's the opportunity here. For those who have not read The High Country Shopper, February 8th,
Madam, Miss,
2023.
please, please direct your
Yes,
comments to the
I
commission.
encourage you to look up the article on page 11 called The Bigger Picture, LUC Building Codes and Parklets. So Carl Holmes' actual title is Community Development and Natural Resources Director, Community Development and Natural Resources Director, who has sole authority for placement of 5G antennas. How does a person get that much power? Why are we having a code enforcer instead of like, our tradition has been for people to work together with the surveyors, with neighbors, get people together at the same table and work things out. So we don't need to take up so much of your time. So I quote from this article, 6 months after, the article states 6 months after a consultant's report said the Monterey County Resource Management Agency had been performing poorly and needed to be thoroughly reorganized, 2 of the agency's top staff members are leaving and taking senior jobs in smaller jurisdictions, Carl Holm being one of the 2 to leave. It also states, it's somewhat ironic that Holm and Swanson are leaving, considering that the splitting of RMA came on the heels of a report by Citygate that identified staffing shortages, employee turnover as 2 of the factors leading to declining levels of customer service, increasing the levels of employee apathy, and eroding shareholder trust in the department. So we inherited Carl Holm from, he doesn't have a stellar background.
Can you please summarize?
Yes, and then I'm wondering what this agreement, this CII agreement, is that part of UN Agenda 21 Sustainable Development? Because we have to be very careful.
Summarize.
Renewable energy, see the movie Planet of the Humans and get clear that what we're calling renewable energy is not healthy or green. Thank you.
Right, my name is James Robertson from Crawford, Colorado. I'd like to point out each one of you up there is what making somewhere around 75 grand a year. You over there, Carl, you're about 95. And I don't know what you make, but your taxes are paid by us. Okay, just remember that. All of you remember that. So how many of you here and on the Planning Commission, you there, Carl, the commissioners, how many of you have been staying awake late at night? Don, I notice you're staring at your computer a lot when people are talking to you. Face this way, please. You know, I don't know.
I'm taking notes. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay.
I appreciate your rudeness. Continue.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering there. So do you stay awake at night worrying about this? If this is gonna put you out of your home, if you're gonna have a place to live, if you're gonna be able to pay these fines, $1,000 per day for the 4th fine and every subsequent fine, do the math. This adds up real quick to a land grab, a BlackRock land grab, the largest owner of residential property in this country. BlackRock, do some research. You're looking to grab our land, take it away from us. What exactly are you going for with this, and who is behind this push? Like I said up there, I would like to believe that we believe in you, that you have the balls to stand up for us, the citizens, you as well. And you, Carl, I don't know anything about you, nothing about you.
Please
but
address the commission, okay?
yeah, well, I'll address who I want to address. Thank you. So grow some balls and stand up for us. That's it. That's what you need to do. Stand up for us. We're very afraid. If you can't tell, the citizenry is afraid of what you're trying to do to us. It's wrong. It's wrong. Okay. So, yeah, I'm not going to thank you because this isn't right. This is not right. Got it. And that's why we need to get you out of office if you vote in favor of this. We need to do what we can to counter the PR propaganda that's been in the Shopper, the Delta County Independent. How much money are you spending to try to convince people this is not that bad? Well, it is that bad. Have you actually read this? The last meeting, Don, you said, read it. Read it. Well, I'll ask you, have you read this? Have you actually read this? Do you know what's in there, Don? Do you? Do you have the slightest clue? Oh, okay. I see. So you have read it. Well, then that means you're complicit. Come on, man. Stand up for the people. I represent dozens of people who aren't here right now because they have no hope.
I'm going to call down Tom Fox and Natasha Leger and Daniel Kennedy.
Hello. Hello. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. I'd like to thank and support the Delta County Coalition for the way they summarized very concisely all of their point-by-point arguments. I second that. Next, I'd like to make a point about water. Oh, hey, my name is Daniel Kelso. I moved to Paonia last year, and I'm, I would like to make a living farming here. I'd like to make a statement about water, specifically chapter 4, section 4C. It makes it so you have to buy a water tap between $20,000 and $30,000 these days if you're within a water water district and these water districts, these are private companies that buy water from the city municipalities. And I'll mention one thing. Everyone in this state has to go through the state to get water. The state has an entire employee of people that monitor hydrology, and they're the ones that tell us they're the ones right now that tell us who can drill a well, who can tap into a spring, or what municipalities can make what reservoirs and pipe what water and what amount. Right now, we don't need you guys to step in as a middleman that profits from this, because what happens when you force us to buy water taps, those water taps buy water from the municipalities, those municipalities pay fees to the county. So this is extortion, I'll say that. No, it wasn't that very clear, but you can read into it and piece it together yourself. The last point I wanted to address is about the fellow who made a just point about unrestricted growth and as it pertains to water. There's a pattern to these land use codes, and they follow the same pattern as the ones you see in Boulder County, Pitkin County, all these big, super urbanizing, sprawling counties of Colorado. And in those counties, they have similar land use codes to the one that we're looking at and in questioning today. Zoning, in those counties, you have little people selling to big companies that are bringing big buildings and big parking lots. And the water and hydrology cycle, the water is getting cycled back into our rivers, dirty and poisonous. And what the people here in Delta County make their living with connection to the land, and it's really respectful and honorable, and they're the ones that are going to have the greatest chance of innovating and finding a way that is in alignment with the land to create abundance and not scarcity with our water. And we need people and jobs and a community of people that can feel supported here.
Summarize.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what I mean?
I'd like to call Lyra Elisa, Richard Lightfoot, and Tamara Sandoval to the front, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Natasha Leger, Executive Director, Citizens for a Healthy Community, based in Paonia. I'm here this evening because I understand that you are reviewing the certified copy of the Land Use Code as presented by the Planning Commission, and thereby the entire Land Use Code is open for review and comments. I have 5 key comments that I want to make. First is, while the Planning Commission has been working on revisions to the November 16th, 2022 certified copy, no subsequent certified copy has been made public and therefore subject to public review. To avoid any potential confusion by not stating a date associated with the certified copy, I'm here tonight commenting on the November 16th, 2022 certified copy. Please confirm that no other certified copy exists.
No.
Okay, thank you. And also please confirm that this hearing is hereby reopening the entire land use code for review and comment.
Love to have your comments, Natasha.
Second.
Yes.
Second, we reiterate our support for the renewable energy standards as drafted in the certified copy, as our concerns stated in our October 12th, 2022 letter has been resolved to our satisfaction. The proposed revision does not prohibit commercial scale renewable energy projects on agricultural land, including community solar projects, which is consistent with Colorado law. Third, as the county does not currently regulate oil and gas and has indicated it has no intention to do so, we sought to ensure that the code was consistent with that policy position and that no references to oil and gas extraction and support services remained in the code that could lead to any regulatory confusion. The certified copy does not present any conflicting language and satisfies our concerns. Fourth, if you are reopening the entire land use code for comment, then we would like to take the opportunity to recommend improvements to the land use code that take increasing temperatures, aridification, long-term drought, and extreme weather into consideration, as climate change is the existential threat to Delta County. We plan to discuss this in our work session with you next week, but felt it important to include it in the record today. The renewable energy standards as drafted go a long way to improving resiliency. However, the county can do more to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions and the perilous warming that it is currently experiencing. We enter the climate action plan for Delta County into the record for consideration and specifically point to establishing local warming-based denial criteria for oil and gas development. One last point, if I may, that I want to address is the reduction of time, appeal time. We understand that reducing the appeal window from 30 days to 10 to 15 days was primarily intended to discourage action by groups like CHC. Frankly, all that does is allow for us to exhaust our administrative remedies faster and go to court faster. Therefore, reducing the appeal time only penalizes landowners who are not able to respond as quickly as organized groups. The difference in appeal time between the Board of Adjustments and the Board of County Commissioners also appear to be arbitrary. We urge you not to penalize landowners and return to the standard 30-day appeal window. Thank you.
Good evening. Daniel Kennedy, Delta County. I run a business, Western Colorado Tiny House. I build affordable small homes for the Western USA. Why is the microphone falling on me? Love it. I build affordable small homes for the Western USA. I have places, counties I like to build for, and I have counties that I refuse to build for. I have permits pending in Boulder County, Denver, and all sorts of areas. I deal with permits and regulations from cities, counties, state level, federal, everything top to bottom. It might seem naive or innocent to have codes to help us, but the fun and the party ends when people have children themselves. They're sick, they're disabled, they're addicted, they're a veteran, they're homeless, and all these things, or they just want a property to rent or something. And they cannot afford to do it because I got to tell them you'll need water taps, sewer taps, so on. They can't afford it. Anyway, so that's just that. So I like the government because they do roads and they do post offices. Good job. I think we're frumpy because this is our land and our livelihoods. People have said it's hard to make a living. This is our livelihoods. Our money is at risk here. So this is personal for us. Elise Castleberry wrote us a beautiful land use code in 2021. I will purchase a approved burn device and we can put it in the burn barrel and burn the code if we would like. I've dropped out of 3 different colleges and universities and I run my own business, never needed my degrees. I wrote college papers that were 20 pages long and I had 1 or 2 pages of good stuff because I fluffed the other 18 pages and the professors knew it and they gave me a good grade and they knew it was garbage. The land use code that she wrote is yes, some of it's nice, the rest of it is just fluff. No better way to say it. I apologize for Chicken Gate, for the solar farm gate, for the firefighter boot gate, and for the issues we've had, and people call us the lenient lax county. I'm okay with that. For me, freedom is represented by my guns, by people living in RVs, by some of us being poor without money, by being retired, disabled, addicted, whatever we want, or working on clutches in our garage or starting a church to celebrate clutches. To be able to shoot my guns, pee on trees, watch my neighbors pee on stuff, or even pee on each other, worship God, whatever we want. The world will not end because I pee on the ground, or if I was a volunteer firefighter, I would be very unhappy if I stepped in raw sewage, but I will recover and I will still choose freedom over regulation. I have a solution in my last 12 seconds that we write a 25-page land use code with Planning Commissioner Carl and the public. We would like to help. I'll be charging $100 an hour. There's 400 of us that were here. That's $80,000. That's a joke. We would love to help. We want to do this. We want a short, sweet code. We want it to be the best in the country. There's other land use codes. We want every other county in the nation to say, give us your code, and we're going to say no because it's short and sweet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, one last thing. Ronald Reagan, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
I'd like to call Shivas Metaspawn, Sadie Alpern, Eli Alpern, Diane Flores to the front, please.
Yeah, my name is Richard Lightfoot. I live at 19500 G Road. We came out here from California about 5 years ago, and we bought the Star Nelson Airport, almost 100 years old, one of the first ones in the county. And due to the commission pushing the solar farm through, which is 400 and some acres on ag land, and they got that through. You guys knew about it. You participated, and it's going to ruin our airport. So that's just one of the reasons that the commission is out of hand. Now, also, people have complained to me as to why your meetings are held on Tuesday mornings at 8:30, because most of the people here are not going to be able to go to your meeting. They either have work or they have children or whatever. All the other meetings are held in the evening so that the public can come to them. And when most people can't attend, they feel that it was done to keep them from attending. So you were elected by us, and you can be removed by us. And as far as Carl goes, it's not Carl's fault. It's whoever hired Carl.
Please go ahead.
All right, I'm Tamara Sandoval. I was born and raised in Cedar Edge. My mom still owns property there. I currently live in Delta. I have an interest in both communities. Just as a kind of a general idea of what I do for a living, I read legal documents every day for the last 13 years. This land use code as adopted in 2021 and the land use code revision as amended in 2022 for adoption is a piece of junk. It's full of bad language, overly complicated legalese. Excuse me. It is often nonsensical, ambiguous, and open to interpretation, and has many words with double meanings. This is not a good selling point. Ambiguity in a legal document, and especially something as poorly written and as large as this document, opens Delta County residents up to broad overreach by our government and an unnamed person and/or their designee. According to Mr. Kuntz, as quoted in the DCI, the word permit has two different connotations. This is one of the changes that was made, changing allowed by right to permitted. My question to you is, who gets to interpret the document and determine what terms with double meanings do and do not actually mean? Would that be the enforcement officer, the director, the court, or the person or their designee? Interpretation of this document and the ensuing fight that is all but guaranteed over these kinds of ambiguities are not an acceptable use of anyone's time, money, or energy. Delta County is not Monterey County, California. It is not Boulder County, and we do not and never will we ever have the deep pockets and net and tax income that those counties have. As residents will fund the departments through fines and fees that are going to be implemented. The more fines and fees, the larger the department can grow. Of great concern is specific language contained in the land use code, specifically regarding keeping gifts, which the county and the planning process leaves the county and the planning process open to corruption and bribery. This is on page 24 of the red line document. And this is in existence in the 2021 version. Mr. Soup has said the proposed land use code has increased some freedoms, including allowing citizens to live in an RV for a year. I understand that these rules are changing. But this is while home construction is taking place. What is the purpose behind the 12-month time limit for construction? What happens when supplies aren't readily available or a delay happens? A time limit for home construction is something that should not be included in this land use code. Additionally, what if someone has plans to grow their property, but at their own pace? Which is what Delta County does. The limits to RV occupation appear to be in regard to raw sewage, based on articles quoting Mr. Soup as in the DCI. But this and other similar issues should be a health department issue and not a land use code issue. The commissioners said repeatedly that the reason land use codes exist is because two neighbors couldn't get along, and they came to the county and said, you have to fix this. How is further ambiguity going to help neighbors get along? If everything is being done legally on my property, then my neighbor shouldn't have a say on my property rights. We don't make laws for everyone because two people don't get along. It sure seems to me like you are actively working to take a person's personal and property rights. If a landowner has a decent sized piece of land that will support subdividing, who are you to determine that a landowner can't make one more minor subdivision and sell a piece of that land to fund construction of their own residence?
Can you please summarize?
Yeah, you guys are limiting personal property rights, rights to make income on our own property, whether that's through a second rental property on our one piece of land, or whether that's subdividing and selling a piece to fund our own lives. You guys are restricting that, and it's not okay. I ask that you stop, you repeal the LUC that's in existence, and we go back to the 2018 code until a new one can be written. Thank you.
I'm going to call Wickman to the front, Daniel McFarland, Corey Hang to the front. Again, Wickman, Daniel McFarland, and Corey Hang to the front, please, for their comments. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. My name is Sadie Alpern. I live in Paonia, Colorado, and before we began public comment, you asked for us to point to specific places in the proposed LUC where we went wrong, you said. And I am just so impressed and grateful for my fellow community members who have done just that. Thank you all. Not only have they pointed to specifically where you went wrong, but they've also expressed why. And we've already mentioned this, but we have never been given any sort of why this code has been proposed. The first email I sent to commissioners was one where I asked why these changes were being made. Why? My email was forwarded from Wendell, who I asked to Carl Home to answer it for him. And he did not explain why. He only gave a long, exhaustive email of what the process has been so far, but not why. Even the gentleman who got up here earlier to speak in favor of the LUC, it was hard for me to understand why he wanted it. He mentioned something about water, but there seems to be a grave misunderstanding about how water works. Look at all the drought, the desertification. Are our regulations working? The more we try to control our natural world, the less control we'll have. The natural world is acting out with devastating natural disasters and extreme storms. The land says no. The people who live on the land, from the land, with the land, who are listening to the land say no. What will you say? Please choose option 4, which Carl Holm has presented to us, to reject the proposed LUC. I also specifically have an issue with just the title of this proposal, Land Use Code. It doesn't really belong in Delta County because we don't actually use the land here. We're actually living on the land. We live with the land. We are the land. So no wonder we feel so used and abused by this land use code. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
You're on.
hi, my name is Chevis Smoke Dispatcher. Don, Mike, Wendell, I wear red. You got my vote. These land use codes, they need to be rejected. Second thing is putting everybody on Zoom and not letting them speak. You're taking away their constitutional rights of freedom of speech, which isn't fair to the community. Because I bet you, I don't know how many people are on Zoom tonight, but how many of those people aren't able to get here because they don't have a vehicle or they're disabled and didn't have a ride? That's not right. Like I said, I voted for you guys. So you guys should be listening to us, the people. Some of these codes, they make no sense at all. I've been reading for 3.5 weeks and I still can't understand half the codes. My mom's a paralegal. She can't even understand them. I mean, then if it ain't real simple on black and white, you guys shouldn't even be signing it through, period. Let alone when the schools were closed, it was a 6 foot, you couldn't be close to people for 6 feet. You guys shouldn't have even had it go through because the people didn't even feel like they were involved. I don't feel like I was involved. We built our house in 1994. We lived in a tent. We lived in a fifth wheel. We had our very first Thanksgiving on sawhorses and a plywood with nothing in our home because it wasn't finished yet. So I understand where these people are coming from, and it could affect most of my friends' kids and their grandkids. And that's where I'm looking at. And if you guys have grandkids or kids, you guys should be looking at that too. And that's all I got to say.
You bet. Noel Wickman, Darren Hotchkiss. So I'm from Golden native. And then I left when I was about 18, spent 24 years in the Air Force. I too have been around the world and many states, not all of them. Well, guess where I chose to live and finish out the rest of my days, and also for posterity. And I've seen what everybody here has already addressed as far as the more regulation from every angle of government, right? And actually, you know, the United States isn't that bad relative to the rest of the world, but we're getting there pretty quick. As far as I'm concerned, I spent a lot of the 80s and 90s in Europe, and I think we're there. That's how I'm going to put it. So I had a speech ready, but man, you've heard the just absolute eloquent comments tonight. A lot of good ones. That is some high speed, low drag stuff, as we'd say. So with that said, I don't know what ultimately this holds, but I know tonight, if I was sitting in your seat, what I would do. Stop, repeal, vote.
Hello, my name is Corey Haig. I live in Hotchkiss. I am here with Liberty Uncensored newspaper, but I'm speaking personally when I come to the podium. So why should I trade one tyrant 3,000 miles away for 3,000 tyrants 1 mile away? That's from the movie The Patriot by Mel Gibson. When I ask officials in our government, what type of government do we have? I usually hear back democracy, but this is categorically incorrect. The people, we the people, formed this republic. Our Constitution is the backbone of this republic, and it is beyond the reach of politicians, lawyers, judges, sheriffs, or any other agent of our government. We were not given rights by any man or Tellurian entity. We were born in the sight of God and nature with inherent unlimitable rights, of which the authors gave but few examples in the Constitution of our nation, which has prospered due to them in ways not seen anywhere else in the world. The final amendments to the Bill of Rights are key to the legal understanding that very few politicians seem to recognize today. The Ninth Amendment unambiguously states that the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. The 10th Amendment says the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. Together, these amendments tell us that when the people choose to retain a right, it cannot be denied by our government, and that the buck stops with the people, not just collectively, but individually. The clarity of what I am telling you now is the law of our nation, and it is undeniably clear and obvious. Today, our government agents of all types believe that their duty is lawmaking and law enforcing, code enforcement being a distinctly more petty and annoying form of that. You are not lawmakers. You are only here to protect the affirmed rights of the people. Elected sheriffs are the highest law in the land. The number one duty of a sheriff is to protect and serve the people and the Constitution. There are only 5 forms of crime that exist constitutionally. These are murder, assault, rape, theft, and trespass. If you send a code enforcer to private property, you have just committed a color of law violation under Section 242, Title 18, United States Code, as well as conspiracy Section 241. Thus, any living man may call the elected sheriff and have your civil county code enforcer arrested and imprisoned, and can even pursue a lawsuit against you. The county government and any person in this government personally, because you will have lost your immunity to the law as government agents. If the sheriff refuses to defend the Constitution and the people against threats foreign and domestic, he can be removed by a special circumstance or an election, depending on how loud the voice of the people is and how much they actually care about this county and their progeny. This is not meant to be a police state, but that is exactly what it has become, and it is not the fault of politicians, it is the fault of the whole people. We have not demanded our rights, reaffirmed them daily, and held the ever-growing tyranny at bay. We have allowed tyrants to commandeer our ship rather than leaders to serve us
Please
truly.
summarize, sir.
Summary. I call you to fire Carl Holm and to hire somebody who's local, who knows what the people want here, not as a personal attack, but simply based on the obviousness of the opposition to having him in that position. And I have also personally done 10 years of research into electromagnetic radiation and microwave
Please
radiation.
summarize, sir.
And if you want to see proofs of harm, especially from 5G, you can reach out to me and I can give public statement at any time about those harms and why we should not be allowing them to be put into a code that gives them full reign over the entire county. Good luck in making a right decision for our children and our children's children.
I'm gonna calling Yvette Burdick. Last name is Thompson on 10995 Hotchkiss, Trace Extel, Aaron Murphy, and Randy Seltzer to the front. Yvette Burdick. The last name is Thompson. I'm not able to read the first name. Trace Extel, Aaron Murphy, Randy Seltzer.
Commander Yvette Burdick at your service. Gentlemen, I thank you for your service. But I have to say how incredibly wrong I think your direction has been. I cannot say more eloquently than has been said, and I want to thank you guys for the work, the individual things that you have ferreted out that have been problems. As I listened to everyone, and I suppose I should be honest to say that even before I listened, it was apparent to me that the whole thing needed to be scrapped. To spend time rearranging chairs on the Titanic, well, we know what that means. Stop it. Stop it. Let's use common sense. This community is amazing. I came from the East Coast as quick as I could. I envy those people who have been here for generations because of the beauty, the majesty, the incredible people that are here. I wish I had come sooner. Got here as quick as I could, and now I want to fight for what's here and keep it that way, and not let people from other communities who aren't invested in being in this community and maintaining the values and the beauty and the rights stay away. If you came here to bring your stuff from somewhere else, please go back. You have heard what the people have said. This is not beneficial for this community. It is not beneficial for the individuals. It is not beneficial for the community. It's not beneficial for families, for our country. This overreach of government that starts from the top, from Washington, and is trickling its way down does not need to perpetuate here in this community. Please, I beg you, stop the insanity, stop the overreach, stop the control, stop the money grabbing, stop it. Listen to what we're saying. Repeal, do not consider these new regs, repeal 2021. Let's go back and start from scratch with APCs, with meetings that don't include people that can't speak, like Zoom meetings. That's great for information, but it doesn't allow people to speak. Let us speak and listen to our voices. Do not consider this. Repeal the last one. Let's start from scratch at the grassroots level. Again, thank you for your service, but listen.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is Trace Axtell, and I live in Paonia of North Fork Valley. And as a young member of Delta County, whom is interested and eager to engage in this wonderful community through regenerative agriculture, alternative water management strategies, watershed restoration, and ecosystem stewardship with the climate crisis deeply in mind. The 2021 land use codes, as well as the proposed updates, will impact myself, my family, and Delta County in whole in ways that will destroy and deny that which is why we are all here. That which makes this place unique, prosperous, and wonderful. To be personal for me, to afford to live here and to get a foothold for my business, I have needed to live in an RV, of which I built for myself and my family. To deny these alternative living opportunities for myself and others in my position, as proposed in Chapter 2, Section 3B within the land use codes, that will deny valuable engagement with the county and community. I do believe this scenario is defined as gentrification. We cannot go without mentioning how home and cottage business restrictions will do just the same. I wish nothing more to offer myself, my care, my skill set to this community. If the land use codes remain and continue to make their imposition and restrictions, I may very well not be able to live here and engage with this beautiful place in the ways that I dearly hope to. I'm asking you to repeal the 2021 land use codes, reject the proposed updates, and instead work with the people, the citizens, those who love this place, to form land use codes that are accurate to the culture of Delta County, to put it to a vote like a true republic would. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm going to call Danny Wilson, Cindy Sorensen, Sam Hart, and Byron Hollis to the front, please.
My name is Aaron Murphy from Crawford, and good evening, gentlemen. I really appreciate this event and being able to hear all the voices of the community. I think a lot of people have brought up concerns with what the current land use code is. And I think if there's any issues, which I heard a lot tonight that were very concerning, I think that would in itself gives reason to not vote on this and to not allow this to move forward in the way it's moving forward. I personally have looked at the code and it is very confusing. I do not feel that I've talked to you guys personally and had you guys recommend that we look at the code and come back to you with any issues. And I really don't feel that it's very coherent and easily able to read, first of all. So I don't know how I can even address issues that I have with it because it doesn't make sense. It literally has a lot of, like people said tonight, a lot of wording that is meant for legal challenge. I mean, I've seen a lot of things move forward in Colorado law that has that specific detail to it, where it makes it confusing so that it can pay lawyers in court to fight it out. And I don't think that's the way you guys want to move forward. I think you guys want it to be clear. And I think you've heard a lot of people in this community speak up tonight on how maybe we can move forward to make it clear for everyone and make it feel safe for all of us to be in community together. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jaco Thompson. I live in Hotchkiss, buying a piece of property, beside a Stewart piece of property in Hotchkiss. I used to do a lot of bad things for the love of money. I was a drilling fluids engineer, a roughneck, a miner, a logger, and I decided to take a totally different route in life, and that's to become a steward of the land. There's no way I'm going to be steward of people because, you know, if you ask me, people, humans, they're just dangerous, especially ones that have a love of money. My concern is that this complicated new proposed land use thing it's really complicated and it's paving the way for humans that have big hats and deep pockets to come here. It's encouraging them to come here. I would rather the elected officials that are working for us do something a little bit different, such as maybe not encourage a bunch of people flooding into this area as there's too many people coming in here. The little valley can't sustain it. It's going to change everything. It's going to be nothing but concrete and a lot of money. Ward, Colorado, they're really cool. You know, I encourage people to look at what Ward has done. They kept the Boulderites away. Boulder's been pushing its way there because of their love of money. Ward pushes them right back out. It's really impressive. Ouray County did the same thing. You drive into Ouray and the first thing that says Ouray County, the right to farm. The government tried to make it impossible for people to farm, illegal to farm. But the people fought back and now they actually put it on the county banner. It says Ouray County, the right to farm. That's really cool. I like simplicity. Simplify, simplify, simplify. If we could hire, you know, some people, duly appointed officials to work for us and to see that mass logging operations that are happening all the way around us don't happen. Why is the Forestry Service being allowed to do this? Sell tens of thousands of acres all the way around us? And pipe our water, and who knows what happens with it. All of our ditches are getting piped and animals and trees are dying all over. And that's not cool either. As a steward of the land, you know, I think we could, you know, make a lot better use of our time than dealing with complications. And this thing is really complicated. So I encourage, you know, us and everyone that's appointed to be authorities over us to take a different direction and actually become stewards of the land instead of stewards of the people. There's a reason why private property, because some things are meant to be private.
Please summarize, sir.
When I would like to finish with a compliment to y'all, because in the past, when I had a concern, when I seen irresponsible people dumping the raw sewage or living in RVs and they're dumping it and gopher holes and in riverbeds, I called the county and they send out professionals that help deal with it. That's awesome. And I encourage more work like that instead of, making it complicated for the people to enjoy their private rights on their own property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, how you doing? I'm Randy Fisher from Delta, Colorado. At separate times, I've gotten a chance to speak to each of you, and I've enjoyed my time with each of you at different times, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that you're here tonight and you've made this available to us. That's good, and I really appreciate that. I do have a couple points I wanted to bring up, and I have brought this up with two of you. I know I have not had a chance to speak to Mike about this. But this country was founded, now this is my point, this country was founded on a one-page document. Okay? We need more, we need 250 times that to control how we live in our house? I don't think so.
Please address the commission, okay?
Yes, sir. A one-page document is all we need if that document spells out freedom. That's all we require. So, fantastic book you can all get yourselves a hold of. We gave Wendell one. It's called The Lesser Magistrate. I am here acting as a lesser magistrate. The people are the lesser magistrate, and we hold our elected officials accountable. We have to recall, and I just spoke to Dawn about this a couple weeks ago, that we have to recall the power does not come from the top down. The power goes from the people up. We okay what happens above us. The state does not regulate how we function in Delta. The state then tells the Fed what to do. The Fed does not tell us what to do. The only reason I came up here was because this dog has been beat to death. This horse is laying with a tarp over it. We have all said the same thing. The reason I came up was to remind us that this was a one-page document that started this country. The reason I came up is that I don't stand for one. These people that each spoke to you that sound like a broken record don't stand for one. We stand for the 75, 80, 100 people that can't be here, that won't speak, that aren't comfortable speaking. We stand for them with the same opinion. We are Americans and we choose freedom. Thank you.
Hi, oh, cool. I got the pen back in, buddy. I'm Sam Hart and I live in Paonia. And I know that you don't want me to turn around and look at these guys, but I would like you to look at all of them. If you could look at these people and go ahead and raise your hand if you're willing to wager your house on a pass-fail test of this code. Because that's what these people are facing. $1,000 a day fines equals property loss. It's like legally sanctioned theft. And I'm not saying that that's your attempt, but that's what you're laying the framework for anybody who wants to use this code maliciously to do. There's people who live in this valley who live off of what they raise, and they don't have a week's worth of $1,000 a day fines to pay you, let alone a month. Some of these people could get fined if their well is in the wrong spot on their property, or if they're not connected to the right water municipality. And those are things that take months to resolve. There's nothing written in this code about any kind of exemptions about that. It's just, it occurs as incredibly predatory. I'm one of the muddy, dirty hippies who lives in an RV in this community. And last I checked, there's not a trail of dead bodies and fiery damage in my wake. fact, the home I live in uses far less resources than most modern homes. So I'm actually like a smaller footprint on this. And it's cute. I've looked around a lot of places. I travel quite a bit on the Front Range and the Western Slope. And I've been to places like Telluride and Crested Butte and Aspen a lot. And I've heard these people lament the loss of their town. And there are smart people there and there's a lot of money and they're trying to fix these problems. And it turns out humans are complicated. And what I've seen is more laws don't serve the people. They serve the large corporations with the lawyers who can figure out how to get around it. Now, in my time in life, I've become very jaded with government because I've seen it serve big business more than people. And what I would ask for you guys tonight is prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove that government can actually stand up and represent the people. Like, I don't know why this thing is here. I'm one of the people who wants to know, why did this code come our way? Because I was as surprised as many people in the community here when suddenly we found out that there was codes that were going to change a lot of the lifestyles that we've had in Delta County. And the last I knew, people weren't just narrowly dodging barns falling on them all the time and having to like find ways to get out of the peril that they're in because we're not regulated enough. So vote this thing out, quit working on it, repeal the 2021 code, prove me wrong, prove that government can serve the people again. I would thank you for that.
Hello, I'm Brian Hollis of Hotchkiss. I attended your meeting yesterday, a couple previous meetings, but I was there. And I did appreciate a lot of how you were willing to work in the confines of this LUC to represent the people. I saw a lot of that, but that's not what we're here asking at this point. When I left yesterday, I didn't realize that maybe we would move forward with the February 27th edits. That would be a document we'd run off of. Yesterday, there was a lot of banter back and forth of editing still. Like, that is not a complete document. There's still a lot to be discussed. I don't know how that's even possible to be on the agenda to will adopt that. That just doesn't seem reasonable. That's one part. Another part is your elected officials. You should be the voice of the people. So I ask you, put your egos and your own wants aside and hear the needs of the people here, what we've been speaking. Ask yourselves, what are the people saying? What are we here saying to you? That's pretty clear we're saying something. You can show us what real government should look like. So get out of the way. Carry the needs of the people, the wants of the people, because that's your job to do. You're supposed to hear us and bring that forward. I've seen you take notes tonight on your notepads and on your computer. And those notes are when we're talking about specific sections of the LUCIC. When we hit page 22.1, right? Then you're taking notes. But really, if you're serving the people and hearing what the people are saying, you should have a couple things written down. Stop, repeal, vote. Thank you. Okay.
I'm going to call Greg Williams, Kurt Rockwell, and Bob Donovan to the front.
And we're now at the 8 o'clock hour. I'm going to again encourage everybody to be concise and brief. If you're repeating somebody else's comments or thoughts, just let us know you're doing that, and let's move forward. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Sorensen.
Okay. My name is Cindy Sorensen. I live between Peony and Hotchkiss, and I have a business. I also have, my family has lived in Delta County for over 70 years. Myself, I have lived in Delta County for 19 years. Again, I'm going to talk about integrity. I talked to you about this before. The definition of integrity is quality of being of honest and having strong moral principle and moral uprightness. I'm asking you guys to do the right thing for the citizens in unincorporated Delta County. If this goes to vote, it needs to be by the people of unincorporated Delta County. So I talked to you before about the bylaws and the planning commissioner and the chairman and his position, and that the that the laws are not being followed. Mr. Tom Kay has served as in the planning commissioner for 4 years, starting in 2019. For 3 years, he has served as the chairman. The bylaws are clear for the planning commissioners. Section 8.5, no elected official shall serve in that position for more than 2 consecutive years, but may be elected to serve again after a 1-year hiatus. It doesn't say anything about an exception because no one stepped up. The chair now serves in violation of those bylaws. All votes and determination of the planning commission under the illegally installed chairman, including the land use codes under consideration tonight, are illegal. They are void in the violation of planning commission bylaws. This must be rectified immediately and before any further consideration of the land use codes by the planning commissioners. Okay. Also, the planning commissioners held an illegal meeting with multiple members of the planning commissioner together behind locked doors on January 22nd, after the meeting was shut down due to fire code violations and the public left and the doors were locked. Compliance is currently under the 2021 LUC, supposedly to be strictly only compliant based. No violations are supposed to be investigated without prior written signed, a signed complaint. That means there has to be a complaint. This is an issue with the proposed new revision. It allows proactive compliance with a complaint. The county commissioners state publicly that they are not in agreement with and will not pass proactive compliance that is not compliant based. However, proactive compliance is the current certified draft. The county compliance employee is currently already using drones to survey property for violations. There must be proactive compliance being carried out since the 2021, despite it not being allowed under the 2021 LUC. Residents report that they have received compliance notice despite no known written complaint.
Can you summarize, please?
Okay, so drones. Are drones being used to survey properties? Yes. Is it complaint driven? No. You guys need to follow laws. You guys need to have integrity to the citizens of Delta County. It is your job.
Please summarize.
Yes, I'm telling you. And I'm looking at you. Do the right thing. Listen to the people. Repeal 2021 and start over with the voice of the citizens. Thank you.
Denny Wilson, we live in Hotchkiss and Paonia.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Denny Wilson. I believe Wendell knows us. I'm gonna look at this from strictly a numbers standpoint. Try and take maybe a little higher altitude look at all of this. Understand that I want to try and reach people and open people's minds on both sides. We're very divided here, it seems like. So, but just strictly, I can speak of,
let him speak.
I can only speak from my experience, and that's what I hope you'll listen to. Several years ago, me and my wife decided to invest into land in Delta County. We've lived here for over 20 years. So we bought a piece of commercial property, have gone all the way through the process, bought a business, a retail business that was on that property that was quite run down. We've invested about 5 years of our life to this property to develop it. Employed 12 to 15 people full-time. We tried to do everything first class, hired realtors, surveyors, contractors. We dealt with CDOT, we dealt with DOW, we dealt with the state, we've been through COVID, we've been through the federal regulations, the state regulations. I think what we're seeing manifest here is the straw that's breaking the camel's back. And all I'm asking you to do is understand from strictly a numbers standpoint that this has probably been the worst investment that we've made in our lifetime. We was trying to do something good for the community, and we sustained a business. We're trying to develop a commercial property. And it's with all of the different government agencies that you have to work with, any other regulation you put on, give it wholehearted look at it to understand from the private sector that we're investing into this. It's adding another layer of expense onto it. And the market, in my opinion, is not going to bear us to sell those lots and to have any profit. The market's not bearing it's what's concerning me. I'd like to speak real briefly also to everyone else. We want as much self-government as we can get.
Mr. Wilson, I need you to address the council.
We want self-governance, but along with that comes responsibility. You need to keep your own places cleaned up so you don't devalue your neighbors. Think about that. If we self-govern ourselves responsibly, they don't need regulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, gentlemen. I'm Greg Williams. I'm from Crawford. I moved here recently. I escaped the worst city in the United States, where my civil rights were violated because I reserved the right to choose what was injected in my body, to choose to get it or not. And in that city, I was treated like a criminal. My civil rights were taken away. Couldn't go into restaurants, couldn't go in museums, couldn't go anywhere. Okay. I prayed, I escaped the city. Holy Spirit brought me to this God country, Delta County. I pray, don't push the situation and where you make good people into criminals. We are not criminals. We are the citizens here. We are the people that make up the county. Let's work with the people. Yes, we agree that there needs to be some zoning rules. Let's let the county, don't be overlords. Don't push down and make people criminals. Because, you know, we have to live in a community. I have to see you at the grocery store. I would love to say hello, shake your hand, say hi. But, you know, we're living in tough times now. And you know, integrity of a man and who what he stands up for is going to be. So, you know, hopefully when I see you at the grocery store, I'll say hi. Good night.
Thank you.
I'd like to call GJ Black and Nina Barrow to the front.
I'd like to bring one thing to your attention, and that's the Communist Manifesto. The number one plank of the Communist Manifesto is to eliminate private property by property tax and LUC's regulations and codes.
I didn't get your name.
Sir, could you say your name again?
Your name?
Kurt.
Kurt?
F Road and Delta. I have right here the 96 Delta County Master Plan. I sat in the toilet and read that and got out in plenty of time. And the last page is a map. There's 14 pages here. Real easy read, understood the whole thing. You know, you guys are way off base. Because the goal statement in here on page 10 reads, The right to use, enjoy, and protect property should not be diminished by policies and regulations that are not consistent with the goals and objectives of the master plan. What don't you guys understand? The people who wrote this were very intelligent. These guys knew the law. You guys don't know the law. Private property rights are unalienable rights. You can't touch them. They're God-given. Your master plan also emphasizes that the citizens be involved in the planning. It's right in here. And you guys are skirting around behind us, pandemic or not, the thing should have been tabled during the pandemic. What are you doing? Holding these meetings without us. This is what happens when you hold meetings without the people. You cannot regulate everything 1 inch above the ground. I think somebody here said that. I believe it was Carl. You commissioners are bound by an oath to uphold and defend the rights of your citizens. What don't you understand? You're not here to listen to somebody else. You're not here to hire somebody in Ohio to tell us what to do. No elected man has control over no unelected man has control over property rights. Those are our rights. This new plan was dreamed up out of state. Look at all the money it costs you to have somebody in Ohio draw this stuff up, to hire somebody.
Kurt, can you summarize, please?
Yeah, I can summarize. You don't have the consent of the governor. You need to scrap this. You brought the fight to us. We didn't bring it to you. All we want to be is left alone.
Thank you.
I'm calling Shannon Holder, Jeff Armstrong, and Lauren Gordon to the front. Shannon Holder, Jeff Armstrong, and Laura Gordon to the front.
Please go ahead.
I'm a resident of Delta County, have been since 1998. My name is Galen Black. I married a man here, born and raised here. It was a choice. And within these choices, we have responsibilities. And my mother sent me, she says, do you want to do something about it? Show up. So here I am. What I'd like to start with the summary is, so be it, when somebody is lost, you sit down and you wait for help. We're here to help. And I ask for myself and persons that are not here, whether they were informed or not, to table the vote and allow sufficient time, perhaps even a year, for the reevaluation of the intent of the 2018 master plan and in whole rewrite the land use codes. And the only thing to add here is a vehicle to promote citizen involvement. We just need to go back to basics here. Simplicity, that is what would be a model for the state. Keep it simple, stupid. This is time to stop and start over. The agrarian roots of this area are so unique, it's a national treasure. Absolutely. We have stood still for so long that we become an antique. And now we show everybody that we have value. They actually come here and visit us. Let's keep it that way. I don't care if I'm in a zoo. I like it here. And, you know, it's just everything that we've got to do. There's some very specific things, and it does, you know, get personal. I didn't make it past a phone call. I bought a piece of property, had a house on it, 3-time repossession. I fixed it and it's beautiful and I love living there. And I live 80 foot from a stream in Cedar Edge. It really is tough to live next to a stream. I buy the right soaps. I can't get rid of weeds with poisons. I have workers come over and I don't tell them to use the toilet because it goes in a septic system that is a little antique. And I tell them to pee in the stream. Heck, that's what the resource department tells you to do when you go disperse camping. So that's what we do. And, but I try to follow the rules, but the rules have to be just.
Please summarize.
This isn't right. Everything here, your gut will tell you that we don't understand what we can't read. You don't sign what you can't read. It's just common sense. Let's start over. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Nina Worley Barrow. I live in Hotchkiss, Colorado. I work with many women and many children in the North Fork area who are temporarily displaced due to violence or an emergency situation. There is no crisis shelter or emergency housing in the North Fork Valley. If I choose to temporarily house a woman and her children in whatever shelter I deem appropriate on my own property so that they are not displaced, homeless, cold, sleeping outside, that is my right as a sovereign property owner. I do not need to abide by a code. I do not need to get a permit. I do not need to ask for permission to use my land as I see fit. If that means I temporarily home a woman and her children in my garage, in a shed, in a teepee, in a camper, in a tiny home, I will do just that. People are in dire financial states right now. Many of the women and children I work with cannot get to Delta to a hotel. They cannot get to an emergency shelter. They don't even have the gas money to drive to Delta or Montrose or Junction, where the closest emergency housing is. I will use my land to serve my community without penalty. If I build a tiny house to prevent homelessness and provide a safe house, I will not be regulated. I'm a free woman. I am filling a need that no one else is filling in the North Fork Valley. Wendell, you are personally aware of what I am doing and what I have been doing for the last 3.5 years in the North Fork Valley. And you have actually declared your supports for my efforts in the past. I'm asking for a repeal on behalf of the 40+ women and children that I am currently helping and have worked with over the last 3.5 years. And I will continue to help until there is a crisis housing in place in the North Fork Valley. I will help those who are in need of shelter on my property. Thank you.
Shannon Holder from Crawford. My thoughts are simple, vague, hopefully brief. Some people like to have other people outline their target structures for success and prosperity. Those people should be free to subject themselves to any number of rigidly structured associations available. However, there are others who wish to be active participants in an adaptive process of developing our own community guidelines. There are those of us who value our own skills of independent and collaborative thinking. Where will we go when a ravenous bureaucracy encroaches in on us? I had neighbors who valued the rigid codes and restrictions of my old homeland in Gunnison County. Those neighbors can stay where they are and be happy. I wasn't comfortable with that structure, so I sought out land where I was free to pursue my own concept of prosperity. I was so proud to help my family move to the nearby Delta County less than 5 years ago. But now this safe haven for me and for others with similar interests is being imposed upon again. So I come here to ask, where, if not here in Delta County, can we go where government will not impose other people's conceptions of what quality of life means to us? I am on the Stop, Repeal, and Vote team here. And I would also like to emphasize, listen and cooperate. I appreciate everyone who voiced their viewpoints here. And I thank you for being here to listen to your local public and hopefully taking on the challenging task of developing more collaborative and feasible guidelines. Thank you.
I'm going to call Dick Johnson, Kathy Harper, and Bonnie Thompson to the front.
Hi, my name is Jeff Armstrong. I'm a farmer, organic farmer on Rogers Mesa. And moved my family here in 2005. I consider myself, I would like to say I'm a third, fourth generation farmer, something like that, but I don't have that birthright. I consider myself a suburban refugee. I also consider myself a refugee from subdivision covenants, over regulation. But the main thing I want, and also we have, I appreciate we have a lot of eloquent speakers here tonight. And I don't feel a need to go into detail to repeat much of what they said. But I would like to say along the lines of the 2018 master plan, the promise was for a land use code, if you will, that would be simple, easily understood, and defensible. And at that is where I feel you gentlemen have breached. And it's okay. It's okay to say, hey, we went down the wrong road. We apologize. And we repent, we repeal this thing and start again. And I can understand that's frustrating to have invested this much time in it, but sometimes that happens. Sometimes you just gotta let go of something you've done and start over. And that's what I'm asking for is repeal the land use code of 2021 and start over. It needs to be simple, easily understood, and defensible. And now let's go into defensible. If we go with the document that is not easily defended, we are going to cost us taxpayers a lot of money and litigation, and we're all going to lose out to big lawyers and big corporate interests. A little more about my background. As far as in other communities, I've seen the regulation of Boulder County, the corruption of, as the gentleman said, he was from Maui, the corruption in the Maui government, left that, fled that, if you will. The coastal land grab, the coastal restrictions in California that dashed my grandfather's aspirations of making something with land he had on the coast for his grandchildren. And I am here in Delta County because I really like the fact that a person could come here and not have to be a slave to the bank. They can go with a small chunk of money, make a starter home, and then add to it as their family grows, and not have to go hundreds of thousands of dollars into debt to start a house, a homestead. Thank you. And again, I ask you to repeal the 2021 land use code.
Dick Johnson, 2200 Road. I was the last planning chairman. I worked with the planning department. I worked with the health department. We visited every property that came before us. We recommended what the people needed to get through the commissioners. We don't need this nonsense. I've been through every state west of the Mississippi checking zoning and building codes. I'm not saying you can't do it, but what you have done with this one, you put me before any judge outside Delta County, and I will guarantee you, I will have it declared unconstitutional. And sir, I will lay money on it. Thank you.
Nicholas Lyle, Pamela Jackson, and Imani Barker to the front, please.
Hello, my name is Laura Gordon. I live in Paonia. I moved to Delta County from the Front Range 8 years ago. I was drawn here because of the different way of life. It's the first place I've lived in my life where first place I've lived where people really know their neighbors and help one another. I'm a single mother. I have a home run business. And through the Cottage Act, I've been able to make a living for my family that I would not be able to do elsewhere. By living in Delta County, home ownership is accessible to me for the first time in my life. But if these codes pass, that dream will be no longer. With the extensive permitting process and exuberant amount of finances it takes to receive them, I ask that the 2021 Land Use Code be repealed. Thank you.
My name is Bonnie Thompson, and my husband and I have lived here for just about 8 years. We came through here 9 years ago from a vacation, and I picked this place because I thought it was amazing. I don't like what's happening now. But regardless, we bought a property on Pioneer Road. My husband was, a lot of people know him, was a garlic guy. And we had a business that we ran, we grew all of our garlic and we sold a lot. We were all legal. Well, Brian got dementia. I had to sell the house because it was too big. It had too many stairs. We sold the house and we had purchased a mobile home a year and a half ago. I've been living with friends now for a year and a half because of all your regulations are they were just so restrictive. We have dealt with a lot of things. But I have a question. Because we will be living off of the river. It's not very far off the river, but far enough. Evidently, there is a bird called the yellow-billed cuckoo bird. I understand that you guys spoke about that yesterday. I didn't make it to the meeting. Okay, somebody did. I want to know why I was charged $11,000 for a bird that I have yet to see on the property for 3 years. We have many other birds there, including we've got eagles and we have a lot of other birds. And I would like to know why we are being charged $11,000 for a bird we've never seen, nor has anyone else along the river there. That being said, that money could have gone to something else rather than paying for a bird we'd never seen. And my question is, where did that money go? I really want to know where it did go. It wasn't doing anything for us and it didn't do anything for the bird, but where did the money go? Well, they've droned us quite a bit. I got news for you.
Bonnie, we don't know anything about charges for yellow-billed cuckoos. If you could bring the documentation in, I'd like to see it.
Well, I can bring you a bill. And
Whatever you got.
And that being said, is there any reason why they should be doing that? Or do you have any idea
I'm
whatsoever?
worried you got scammed. I hope not.
Really? That's interesting. Never thought about that. Yeah,
It's not something the county would do.
really? The county's the one who called them. So,
Please bring it forward.
okay, well, I thank you for your time here. I really want to say thank you to the people that are here because you all have behaved wonderfully. This was so professional. Very, very good. Thank you for that.
Hi, I'm Kathy Harper, and I live at 7534 Highway 65.
Could
in
you say your
Delta.
name again, please?
Kathy Harper.
Thank you.
Anyway, I'm coming up here because all this malarkey, I mean, with all these land use codes, I have never in my life, when you separate a land, you got to get a water tap. Water tap costs $8,000. That's expensive for a water tap. And if you want to separate it again, you got to pay another $8,000 for another water tap. And then with Carl, me and my husband come and talk to Carl, and I'm talking to you, the commissioners. We told them all this mumbo jumbo words that you guys are putting out there, put it in layman's terms instead of attorney lingo. Because we the people, if we're going to have to hire another attorney, that we already pay an attorney, because we're paying you and we're paying the attorney that you guys are hiring. So it don't make a bit of sense. We need to get rid of this 2021 land use code. And you guys should have never, ever, ever done anything when the pandemic was going on, because we were all on lockdown and you guys were over here trying to figure out what you're going to do to us. And then I have a question for all three of you. Are you guys going to stand up for us and help with we the people? Or are you guys going to come behind here and go, gotcha? Oh, that's why we don't know who to trust anymore. So I asked to repeal the 2021 land use codes, and these people that don't get to come because they don't have a car, they don't have internet. My uncle don't have internet. He says it's useless to him because he don't know how to use it. He's 60-some years old. He don't know how to get on there and say, well, we're gonna get on a Zoom. These older people don't know how to do that. So I want you to please redo this whole land use stuff and get rid of it. Thank you.
Hey, guys, you know who I am, Pamela Jackson. I live up on Garvin Mesa. I came here since about 2011 because my beautiful daughter, Gabrielle Louise, is a singer-songwriter, and I was living in Fremont County where there's so many prisons that your neighbor will come over and say, your grass is 3 inches tall. You want me to mow it for you? I say, go for it if that's what you want to do. So I moved to Delta County because I loved it here and it was free. I came late. I'm sorry I had to work tonight. I think many of you will understand that. So I don't know what came before me, but I've listened to an hour's worth of people speaking, and I agree with every single thing they've said. I don't believe it's the three of yours fault where we're at now, but I think it's the three of yours responsibility to stop it where we're at now. You're intelligent people. I like all of you. You know that I wear red. I voted for all three of you. I didn't get held up because of the pandemic, because I didn't get the shot and I didn't wear a mask. I didn't do any of that. But I want to say, these codes and laws were proposed initially to keep neighbors from fighting. Well, I got news for you. These codes aren't going to keep neighbors from fighting. We could have another 270 pages of codes and neighbors are still going to fight, because that's human nature. Neighbors fight. So we don't need codes. We need potlucks and parties and music circles. And we need to get to know our neighbors and love our neighbors. And we need to remember how to celebrate diversity and create community. We need to relearn how to have an honest debate, how to talk honestly and openly with our neighbors. And your codes are not going to teach that. And also, after researching where Carl came from, the reason they wanted codes there is because they were getting lawsuits after the codes were put in. Now they have a plethora of lawsuits, way more than they had before they made the codes. So stop, repeal, repeat. Thank you.
Calling down John Farrell to the front, please.
Hello, my name is Bonnie. I live in Paonia. I am I'm an artist. I'm a restaurant manager. I'm a waitress. I'm a goat wrangler. I'm a cheesemaker. I'm a puppeteer. I'm a landscaper. I'll do just about anything that puts money on the table, food in my kids' bellies. And that's kind of what you have to do when you live in this county. It's the poorest county in Colorado, and it's one of the poorest in the United States. And through this whole process, I moved to Delta County. I've lived here in Colorado for 17 years, and I moved to Delta County 5 years ago because it was actually possible to homestead. A person like me that works paycheck to paycheck could actually afford to buy land and start from scratch and live in a camper or a teepee and build from the ground up. It was amazing, a miracle. I didn't think it existed anymore. And so that's what I did. My family moved here. We worked very, very hard, and we're making it happen, and we're making dreams come true. And we're filling the cup for our kids, and Delta County made that possible. Right now, I live in a 27-foot yurt with my children, close to the earth, water conscious, and very, very happy. Down the road, my mom lives in a camper, collecting disability, and also happier than she's ever been. And these codes will change all of that. And it can handicap us and take away everything that we've worked so hard for. I'm standing here tonight in representation of thousands of people that live this way, happily. And my biggest concern through this whole thing is the lack of humanity. There's no humanity in these codes. There's no plan. When I heard that this was happening and there may be fines that force people out of their homes, force people into foreclosure, I said, okay, what's the plan? What's their plan? What's the human thing to do? And there is none. All these things that are being brought to us, from water taps to making our driveways bigger to all these permits, it's so much money and we cannot afford to pay it. So what happens to people like us? So what's the plan? Or is it really just you guys going around cutting people's balls off? Because that's what it feels like. There's no human plan here. You guys are adults, you're responsible. There needs to be a plan. This doesn't feel like a responsible adult thing to do to people that can't afford to move through it. We can't afford to comply. So please speak with and act with humanity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for hearing from us all today. My name is John Farrell. I live on Crawford Road in Paonia, Colorado, and I'm going to attempt to be really brief. And I am of the stop, repeal, rethink, listen, and vote camp. The vote part of it to me means that it should have everything to do with the citizens and your constituents putting together a land use code. I would love to speak specifically about aspects of this 250 or so page draft code, but the 96 one is a much better starting point, and I'm with everyone who's spoken that we should toss out the 2021 land use codes. Delta County is incredibly precious in the world, let alone the US, for the freedoms and the liberties that we enjoy, and you guys need to recognize what your constituents want, which is not more restrictions and more fees and regulations. This county is wonderful because of the absence of these fees and regulations on our land, and that's what allows us to live and thrive without a whole bunch of financial resources. People have been mentioning that we're the poorest county in the state, but I think we're among the richest in the state because of our freedoms and our environmental health and our liberties. So repeal the 2021 codes check out the 96 ones. The land use codes from 96 are a really great starting point. And please keep the regulations to a minimum. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Ryle. I live up in Austin, Colorado, on a few acres up there. And there's an old saying, there's the smell test, and this just doesn't pass the test. And this is like, to me, I hear this whole thing going on. I just got into this thing about 3 weeks ago because I'm all about saving souls. There's a big fentanyl problem out here in Delta County and meth problem, people dying, people ODing. I was just at a house the other night holding a young man who had to go to the hospital. He's in the middle of a fentanyl overdose, praying over him that he lives and he's alive right now. So these are some, there's a battlefield out here, and so when you start attacking people's lands, people are going to start rising up. And I'm glad for this, to commend every one of you that are here right now to stand up and fight, because if you don't fight, look what's going on in the world right now. And I'm telling you right now, this place, Delta County, is a safe haven in the last days that we're living in. And so people, you better stand up and preserve what you have, because things are coming down the line. And it's time to stand up and fight and do what you're supposed to do. And it says in the Constitution, we have this right. If you don't stand up, if you have a tyrannical government, you have the right and duty of the people is to throw off such government and replace it with ones that are for us. Because it's we the people, by the people, and for the people. And there's another saying.
Please address
I'll address you. I don't know you gentlemen personally. You probably have great intentions, but if you just don't, there's a lady that mentioned earlier, keeping it simple, stupid, the KISS method, right? Keep it simple, stupid. From right here in 96, there was a document printed out 14 pages. Let's keep it really simple, folks. This sounds like a situation. It's like putting an elevator in an outhouse. It just doesn't belong. It just doesn't belong. So everybody fight. Jesus is king. You better bow the knee now, because you're going to bow someday. Someday you will. Every one of you. And I'm going to read one last thing here, and I'll leave it at that. I didn't even know I was going to get up here and speak. I walked out there an hour and a half after this, put my name on the thing. I didn't even know I was. I said, Lord, if you want me to, I will. I will glorify him. And it says, and one of the scribes came, and having heard them reasoning together and perceiving that he had answered them well, asked him, this is asking Jesus, Mark chapter 12, verse 28, which is the first commandment of all? And Jesus answered him, the first of all, the commandment is, hear, O Israel, hear, O Delta County, the Lord our God is one, right? He's one Lord. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind, and with all thy strength. This is the first commandment. Here's the second one. And the second is like, namely this, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. There is none other commandment greater than these. If we just do that, everything else will fall into place. Anybody agree? If your neighbor's hungry, feed them. Okay, here we go.
So we have been taking public comment for almost 5 hours. We appreciate everybody's input. That's why we're here. So we're going to close public comment. If you have something else, I'm going to ask you to put it in writing. We've got sheets out front again. You can email us. So I called you back twice. So at this point, this is now the commissioner business time. So Mike, is there anything you'd like to add before we get into the?
Well, thank you, everybody, for showing up. I appreciate the input that you've given. I appreciate the boisterous remarks that you've made. I've taken notes on just about every one of you. And I'm not going to use that in a nefarious way. So, Mr. Robinson, you don't have to be concerned. Thank you very much for coming tonight. When you go home, drive careful, be safe. And like the last gentleman said, love your neighbor. Thanks again for coming.
So, before I make a motion, I want to address a couple things here. There's been a lot of anger focused upon this board up here tonight, and I want to remind you all that we're the ones that voted to remand this the first time. Okay, we're holding a public hearing now because it was brought before us. And anytime you adopt or change a public document like a land use code, you hold a public hearing. That is why we're here. There's been a few people that asked where this started. Okay, in 2018, we started the master plan process. A lot of you participated. It was a very involved process. A lot of community meetings, a lot of time to make sure that they got it right. From that master plan came the development of the land use code. That started at the end of the 2018 master plan. We started that in 2018. We continued it through 2019. We continued it through 2020. This land use code process involved over a dozen community-wide meetings. We met all over this county trying to get people involved. We set up 2 working groups to develop aspects of this code to make sure that it was done properly. We held hundreds of hours of meetings open to the public. And you know what? We've had some people that were very diligent in attending those meetings. Eli Wolcott was one of them. But
Let Commissioner Supas speak.
okay. So listen, okay, I'm trying to explain the process. There's been a lot of questions asked. I'm trying to help out tonight. Okay, what we had before 2021 was a specific development code, which means you asked your neighbors for permission. Our planning commission, our master plan specifically stated that the people of this county wanted to get away from that process. They wanted rights connected to their property, that they didn't have to go ask their neighbors for permission to do something. That's why we brought this forward. That's why we have zones. That's why we have use by right. Okay, so that I just wanted to make sure that was clear to everybody as we're moving forward, how we got to this process. There's a big lie that we spent all these meetings in the cover of dark. That's not the case. Okay.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I'm going to make a motion. Mr. Sorensen, you can talk to me again. No, that was the land, that was the junk rubbish. We're done with this. Okay.
So what
All
is
right,
the will
so-
of the board tonight?
I will move that this board reject the land use revision produced by the planning commission that was amended on February 8th.
I second it.
Gentlemen, is there any discussion on this motion before we go to a vote? So
I think the horse is dead, as was put out earlier, so I think we can call for a vote.
all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Aye. So done. So, no, stop. So the process from here will be tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. The commissioners are going to get together and do a debrief on what we heard tonight. On March 7th, the board will consider resubmitting an LUC with updated amendments back to the planning commission to report on. So the next public hearing, please write this down. If you want to listen to this, please write this down. The next public hearing will be April 11th. And if you don't want to attend, you don't have to. Okay, we are going to work very hard to get a revised land use code posted on Facebook, Planning Commission website, Planning Department website, so that everybody gets a chance to look at it. So having our business finished tonight, I'm going to call this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners to an end. Thank you. Tomorrow morning we'll sign. We'll sign. Resolution. Oh, that's one. Okay. Oh, well, we did. I mean, we didn't pass it. No,